Hey guys, welcome back. It's Joseph. Quick and simple gospel. To be saved, we must believe that Yeshua, Jesus, came to this earth, lived a perfect life, shed his blood on a cross for our sins, was buried in a tomb for 3 days, and rose from the grave on the third day, according to the Scriptures. We must repent and be born again, and we are saved by grace through faith in Christ alone, by no other name, and not of ourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. If you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord, and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Amen. All right, guys. Well, welcome back. Long time no see. Hey, Jacob. Hey, Patrick. Hey, Jurassic Liars, Garo. Much love. Hey, Mariana. Hey, Paul. Let me know. Can you guys hear me okay? It's been a while. It's been about 5 months. My last video was November 14th of 2025, I believe. So I'm going to be a little bit rusty, but I just felt like coming on tonight and hanging out. And I'm not sure yet where this is going to go, if I'm going to be back full time like I used to be for the last 6 years, or if this is just a one-time thing. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. But I got a lot to talk about, and can't wait to hang out with y'all. So we'll get started here in a few minutes. Hey, Cynthia. Hey, Antoinette. Much love. Guys, do me a favor when you come in. Please hit the like button. Very much appreciated. Helps out the algorithm and helps more people find the video. And also, please hit the share button. That way we can get this out to more people. Hey, Mike. Hey, Paul. Feels so weird to be live. I didn't think I'd ever go live again, to be honest with you, but here we are. Hey, Accepted in Him. How you doing? All right, guys. Well, we got a lot to talk about tonight. A lot of this stuff you guys probably already know about, but basically I want to lay the foundation for anybody new and prove to you guys that we are in the biblical end of days, which means Jesus is coming soon. So we're going to talk about the number 666 a lot in connection to Obama, Trump, COVID, Charlie Kirk, all kinds of stuff. It's going to be a very long show. Hopefully no interruptions, but I think this show is going to be at least 3 hours long. So grab your popcorn and get ready. Hopefully we can stay on here. Hey, Gene Spiced. Much love. Hey, Apache Ghost, Elena, Snake Eyes. We're going to talk about Snake Eyes, of course, since we're going to talk about Charlie Kirk. Hey, Mark. How you doing? All right, guys, let's see. Can I remember how to do this? It's been a long time. This is the longest break I've ever taken. You guys know, if you've been here for any length of time, sometimes I need to take breaks, but this break was much longer. Normally I take a month, maybe 2 months off. This was 5 months, almost 5 months, November 14th. Let's see. How long exactly? Let's see. It's still April 10th here in Florida. I believe my last regular video was November 14th, 2025. So 4 months and 27 days. But here we are. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Shay. How you doing? All right, guys. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Got my little stand here. And then we got this one. All right, here we go. Seems longer than 4 months. Yeah, it does. All right, here we go. All right, look at that. Okay, just give me a second to get all set up and we'll get started here. Okay, so like I said, a lot of this is going to be information you've already heard about, but when you put it all together like this, you're going to see that this information is undeniable and there's definitely something going on here, right? So we're going to break this down all by the numbers using gematria, which is simply letters as numerals And once you learn the simple code of coding letters into numbers, you can see right through the scripted coded news every day. All right, guys, so I'm not going to spell things out. I'm just going to say it. We've been deleted over 10 times. I lost count. But yeah, we're on channel number, I don't know, 11, 12, something like that. But anyways, COVID was declared a pandemic, a global pandemic, March 11th, 2020. Well, that was 666 days after a pandemic simulation called CladeX that was held May 15th, 2018. So don't you think that's interesting that the whole world changed, right? When COVID was declared a pandemic, 666 days after a pandemic simulation. Now, in gematria, the word vaccination equals 666. WHO pandemic, COVID mandate, a COVID vaccine, mandatory, sorceries, and witchcraft, they all equal 666. So the coronation of Queen Elizabeth, which has the word corona in it, that was on June 2nd, 1953. And December 12th, 2019, a cluster of patients in China's Hubei province in the city of Wuhan began to experience the symptoms of an atypical pneumonia-like illness that does not respond well to standard treatments. Well, that was 66 years, 6 months, and 10 days after the coronation of the Queen. All right, so there's your 666. COVID began 666 years after the Black Death ended. The Black Death, the bubonic plague, which ended in 1353. Now, we don't know which month it ended, but long story short, depending on the month you use, long story short, COVID was 666 years after the Black Death ended. September 16th, 2025, a significant date related to the Exercise Pegasus pandemic preparedness exercise in the UK because it was the date of a written statement made to the UK Parliament, a statement made in the House of Commons, and an announcement for the start date of the exercise. So they announced it on September 16th, 2025, Exercise Pegasus. That was 66 months and 6 days after COVID was declared a pandemic. Then on Twitter, or X, this person named Marco, he made a post June 3rd, what date is it here? Yeah, June 3rd, 2013. Let me zoom in for you. It says, yes, a person with the X username Marco Cortez did post about the coronavirus in 2013. June 3rd, 2013, he said, coronavirus, it's coming. Well, December 8th, 2019, this date marks the onset of symptoms for the first 41 individuals later confirmed positive for COVID-19 and admitted to the hospital, according to initial reports from the Wuhan City Health Committee and the WHO. So from that post that said coronavirus, it's coming, until that day, December 8th, 2019, 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days. And credit to 777 is 666 on X for that one. Then we had the WHO declare coronavirus outbreak a global health emergency. That was on January 30th, 2020. That's when they declared coronavirus a global health emergency. And then they named the Omicron variant on November 26, 2021. That was 666 days later. So long story short, the Omicron variant was named 666 days after COVID was declared a global health emergency. In gematria, nasal test equals 666. Nasal swabs equals 666. We already talked about this, how COVID was 666 years after the Black Death ended. Shout out to Brother Berg for this one. On December 12th, 2019, Wuhan Municipal Health Commission reported 27 cases of viral pneumonia, with 7 of them being critically ill. Okay, that was 6,666 days after 9/11. 6666. I missed you too, Paige, and everyone else in the chat. Much love to everyone. Hopefully I'm doing okay. I feel a little bit rusty. It's been a long time. And then remember HR 6666, the Testing, Reaching, and Contacting Everyone Act, the TRACE Act. Well, that was on May 1st, the Illuminati's birthday, and May 1st equals 666. So we're only a few slides into this. I'm telling you, I have over 300 slides. I don't even think we've done 10 slides yet, and it's already a lot to be a coincidence. Shout out to Gematria85 Derek for this find. Yes, the Gates family, including Bill Gates, was awarded the inaugural Andrew Carnegie Medal of Philanthropy in December 2001. The award ceremony took place on December 10th, 2001. So that award ceremony was 6,666 days before COVID was declared a pandemic. Wow. And in Gematria, Bill Gates virus equals 666. The National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986 was signed into law on November 14, 1986 by Ronald Reagan. This landmark legislation created the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Bill and Melinda Gates officially confirmed their intention to reorganize and expand their philanthropic activities as the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation on August 22, 1999. So those two dates are separated by 666 weeks and 2 days. So another 666. Shout out to Gematria Effect News, Zach Hubbard with this find. The first confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the United Kingdom were announced on January 31st, 2020. The first 2 cases of the Omicron variant in the UK were announced on November 27th, 2021. Those dates just happen to be separated by 666 days. My goodness. Yes, the central premise of the 2018 stop-motion film Isle of Dogs is an outbreak of a highly contagious canine flu, which the film also calls snout fever. The spread of the disease is the catalyst for the entire plot. The Wes Anderson stop-motion film Isle of Dogs premiered at the 68th Berlin International Film Festival on February 15th, 2018. On December 12th, 2019, a cluster of patients in Wuhan, China, began experiencing symptoms of an atypical pneumonia-like illness, which was later identified as COVID-19. So those dates are separated by 666 days. And by the way, Isle of Dogs equals 666, like microchipping. Credit to Brother Berg for that one. Credit to Glenn G on X for this. President Biden retested positive for COVID-19 today, a curious 666 days after Donald Trump tested positive. Are you kidding me? So, Biden tested positive. It says here, let me grab the old pointer. Been a while since I broke this out. There it is. Folks, today I tested positive for COVID again. July 30th, 2022. Right? July 30th, 2022. And here Trump says, tonight, Flotus and I tested positive for COVID-19. October 2nd, 2020. Well, look at that. Trump and Biden tested positive 666 days apart. I mean, we're not even halfway done with the 666 connections. It's unbelievable. It really is. December 1st, 2019 is connected to the coronavirus because it is the illness onset date of the first identified patient with a laboratory-confirmed case of COVID-19 in Wuhan, China. President Biden received his third COVID-19 vaccine dose, a booster shot, on September 27, 2021. Those dates are separated by 666 days. The FDA granted emergency use authorization for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for children ages 5 to 11 on October 29, 2021. That was 666 months after the Church of Satan was founded. If you add up corona, which is 6 letters, corona equals 66. So there's another 666. So it was May 5th, 2023, that the COVID pandemic was not officially declared over by the WHO, but the global health emergency designation was lifted on May 5th, 2023. And then 66 weeks, 6 days later, August 14th, 2024, Tedros said, today the Emergency Committee on Mpox met and advised me that in its view, the situation constitutes a public health emergency of international concern. So Mpox declared a public health emergency 66 weeks and 6 days after the global health emergency for COVID was lifted. And that was also August 14th, 2024, was 201 days from Tedros' birthday, like Event 201, the pandemic simulation. And August 14th, 2024 was also 201 years and 201 days after Edward Jenner died, who created the smallpox vaccine, and smallpox virus equals 201. Let's see. August 14th, 2024 was also 231 weeks after COVID was declared a pandemic, and monkeypox outbreak equals 231. Chimpanzee adenoviral vectors as vaccines for outbreak pathogens. Chimpanzee adenoviral 201. Don't forget William Henry Gates 201. We'll talk more about the 201 later. And that was also August 14th, which was the 227th day of the year. Public health emergency of international concern, 227, monkeypox virus, 227. So that's a lot to be a coincidence. Let's see. Oracle's Larry Ellison says AI-driven cancer vaccine could be coming soon as Donald Trump announces $500 billion investment. Well, fun fact, Trump was born 666 days after Larry Ellison, and it was called the Stargate Project. The Stargate Project is an American artificial intelligence company created by OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, and MGX. The company plans on investing up to $500 billion in AI infrastructure. Notice how it says here triple-stranded DNA is a DNA structure in which 3, I don't even know that word, oligonucleotides wind around each other and form a triple helix, all right? Long story short, the Stargate Project equals triple-stranded DNA in 3 ciphers. And the Stargate Project, if you add up the 4 base ciphers of the Stargate Project, it equals 666. Just like how when you add up the 4 base ciphers of Barack Hussein Obama, it equals 666. Shout out to Garo, Jurassic Liars, for that find. What else here? AI cancer vaccine just happens to equal 666. Oh, triple helix is a perfect match to Donald Trump in 3 ciphers. Okay, this here is very interesting. Credit to Sato Shybucks on X for this. So Satoshi Nakamoto's birthday is officially listed as April 5th, 1975, the alleged anonymous creator of Bitcoin, right? You remember that Economist magazine with the Phoenix and the burning money? Get ready for a world currency. Check this out. That issue of the Economist magazine, it was released on here. It says the issue of The Economist magazine that is often discussed in relation to cryptocurrency is the January 9th, 1988 issue. January 9th, 1988. And then the creator of Bitcoin, his birthday, April 5th, 1975. Look at this, guys. That Economist magazine connected to cryptocurrency. It came out 666 weeks and 0 days after Satoshi Nakamoto was born. Allegedly, right? The creator of Bitcoin. I mean, that right there should just completely blow your mind. That right there deserves a like and a share, right? But yeah, credit to Satoshi Bucks for that one. Okay, what do we got here? Hold on, I need a drink of water. Hold on. How you guys doing in the chat? Let me know. Give me a 1 in the chat if you're enjoying it and you think we're on to something. Give me a 2 if you think I'm crazy and out of my mind. Let me know. Hey, Giovanni. Good to see you. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Wendy. Much love, everyone. Hey, Mr. S. Much love. Hey, Scott. Thank you for the 1s. Lots of 1s in the chat. Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Mark. Good to be back. Well, again, I don't know if I'm back full-time or if this is just a one-time thing. We'll see. I'd love to come back full-time. If you guys remember, a big problem I was having towards the end is I was being really hard on myself and a lot of OCD and anxiety and stuff. I've been trying to work on that. And also, you know, there hasn't been a lot of news to talk about in the last month. I mean, besides Iran and the fake moon launch, you know, obviously there was a launch. I actually saw it with my own eyes because I'm here in Florida, but I don't think it went to space, you know. You know what I mean? But yeah, there hasn't been too much to talk about. The news has been really slow, but we'll see what happens. And let's keep going. Okay, the term Buckazoids refers to the in-game currency from the classic 91 video game Space Quest 4. Okay, so they had this video game called Space Quest, speaking of space, where they had a currency in the game. Here it is. It looks like it has the Bitcoin symbol on it, right? Speaking of rockets, right? It looks like the Bitcoin symbol. Anyway, they were called Buckazoids. And guess what Buckazoids equals? Well, look at that, 666. Okay. What else do I have here? More things that are not a coincidence. The first Apple computer, the Apple I, sold for $666.66. And computer equals 666. And internet equals 666. And you know the Apple logo, isn't it like an apple with a bite taken out of it, kind of like the forbidden fruit, like Adam and Eve, right? What else do we have here? In January 2021, Bitcoin block number 666666 gained attention in the crypto community. A symbolic message was embedded within the block's transactions, reading, "Do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good." Romans 12:21. Interesting. Dollar crash equals 666. Dollar sign equals 666. The Hebrew letter Vav. In the Hebrew alphabet, the sixth letter is the Vav, which has a numerical value of 6. So www could be interpreted as 666, right? The patent number, WO 2020 060606, refers to the international patent application by Microsoft titled Cryptocurrency System Using Body Activity Data. Oh, how about this? And look, I think I made a post about this. I didn't even do a video on this because I believe my last regular video was November 14th. This is November 24th. We got this news. Launching the Genesis mission. Okay, November 24th, 2025. Well, what's interesting about that, Neuralink was first installed on January 28th, 2024. So we got this news about the Genesis mission that was 666 days after the first Neuralink, okay? And a Neuralink implant equals 666. Genesis mission equals 666. That's crazy. Trump Genesis AI equals 666, and Genesis equals 666. Wow. And then look at the logo here. See how it's kind of a little 666 hiding in there? Kind of, maybe, sort of. Maybe that's a stretch, but what else do I have here? July 1st is when the Apple computer went on sale. Eve eats the fruit in Genesis. Oh, July 1st was also when Terminator Genesis was released. And you know, Terminator, all connected to AI, right? The film premiered in Hollywood on June 28th and was released in theaters across the country on July 1st. So there's another little fun fact. It's kind of too blurry to read, but there's another connection here. I forget what that was, but that's okay. We'll keep going. Oh, the calculation for Neuralink in Greek equals 666. So using Greek, if you add it up, Neuralink equals 666. And then here's the poster for Terminator Genesis, right? Terminator with the AI, Genesis. And look what it says right here. New mission, new fate. It's called Genesis Mission. Now, speaking of Terminator and 666, check this out. The Skynet system went online on Obama's birthday. Now, here on this channel, we believe Obama is the Antichrist, but we would not be surprised if it did turn out to be Trump or somebody else. Nothing would surprise me, but for me personally, Obama's still my number one candidate. Remember, Luke 10:18, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Barak means lightning, bomb of the heights, and a million other connections, which we'll get into later. But anyways, isn't it interesting that Skynet went online on August 4th? Obama's birthday is August 4th. Well, the Terminator movie came out October 26, 1984. So that means that Skynet went online 666 weeks and 3 days after the movie came out. So there's your 666. And it also went online 666 days after the movie came out. So there's another 666. And that would have been Obama's 36th birthday. The 36th triangular number is 666. Skynet equals 68 and 32, like Barack Obama is 68 and 32. The movie also came out 2 months and 22 days from Obama's birthday, the 222. We'll talk about that more later, but the Antichrist, Barack Obama, 222, he tested positive for COVID 222 days from his birthday. They called it Wuhan coronavirus, which equals 222. Declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. Look at all these 84s. 84, a big number with Obama. That's his birthday. So not only did the movie come out in 84, but the movie came out 84 days from Obama's 84 birthday. And look at this. When the movie came out, it was 84 days after Obama was born, right? And not only was Obama born on 84, but Obama equals 84. A Skynet funding bill is passed in the United States Congress, and the system goes online on August 4th, 97. Well, what happened in 97? Obama previously served as a U.S. Senator representing Illinois from 2005 to 2008, as an Illinois State Senator from 97 to 04. So there's your 97 connection. And then this is Joe Morton. Skynet was invented by Cyberdine Systems with Dr. Miles Bennett Dyson as the lead researcher, played by Joe Morton. And here he is with Obama. Look at his birthday. Just happens to be 10/18, like Luke 10:18. I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Barack means lightning. Bomb of the heights. Here's Obama with the Terminator, Schwarzenegger. And then Obama famously said, "I'll be back. The next time I'm back, I may not be wearing a suit." So I'll be back, that whole thing. Genesis, Artificial Intelligence, Hope in the Human Spirit by Craig Mundy, Eric Schmidt, and Henry Kissinger. So it's interesting that you have that with the Genesis, right? But anyways, Artificial Intelligence, Hope in the Human Spirit equals 222. In the same cipher, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, 222. That's the first verse of the Bible, and it's in Genesis. Get it? We'll talk a lot more about the 222 later. Here's some more 222. Obama tested positive for COVID 222 days from his birthday in the year 2022. All these equal 222 in gematria. Wuhan coronavirus, event 201. World Economic Forum, the Beast of Revelation, Antichrist system, the Antichrist Barack Obama, Beast. Mandatory vaccination, COVID vaccines, vaccine cards, as above, so below, order out of chaos, and hell, they all equal 222. Well, if you think that's a coincidence, COVID was declared a national emergency 222 days from Obama's birthday. And then COVID was declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. And the first U.S. case of COVID, January 21st, 2020, that's when the U.S. first reported its first case of COVID. That was 222 days from Trump's birthday, the father of the vaccine, right? Donald John Trump Sr., 222, Trump 222, Trump Organization 222. And later we'll go through the whole list of 222s connected to Trump and Obama. So another big number, 201. We had Preparing for Disease X, another pandemic simulation. That was held January 17th, 2024, 201 weeks and 0 days after COVID was declared a pandemic. How about that? Then we had Event 201 with William Henry Gates, which equals 201. Remember Pope Francis, Jorge Mario Bergoglio, 201, who lived in Suite 201 at the Doma Sancti Marte, 201. The founder of the Jesuits, Ignatius of Loyola, 201. The Jesuit Order, 201. That Old Serpent, 201. And guess what? Preparing for Disease X was also 201 days from Obama's birthday. King of Babylon, Barack Obama, 201. The Son of Perdition, Barack Hussein Obama, 201. And here, before we continue on, let me see. There's more I could show you about that. So let's pull up the calculator here. So we're connecting Disease X to Obama. Notice how Disease X equals 32 in full reduction. And then Barack Obama, it's also 32 in that same cipher. Big number with Obama, right? Obamacare, 32. Yes, we can, 32. Just fun facts. And then, of course, Obama by itself equals 32. So you have Obama equals 32. Not that important, but figured I would mention it. And then the official name is Preparing for Disease X. Preparing for Disease X. See how it has that 229 there? Preparing for Disease X, 229. And then Barack Obama is also 229. So, anyways, not that important. Just figured I would mention it. All right, so we're talking about 201, right? You got Event 201, right? You got Preparing for Disease X, 201 weeks after COVID declared a pandemic. William Henry Gates, 201. Preparing for Disease X, 201 days after Obama's birthday. 201 days before Obama's birthday. And by the way, don't forget, Event 201 was held on 10/18, like Luke 10/18. So anyways, when the Queen, remember we talked about the Queen and the 666 earlier with her coronation? So when the Queen tested positive, February 20th, 2022. That was 201 days before the Queen died, I believe, right? Yeah, the Queen died September 8th, 2022. And since I'm talking about the Queen, let me pull this up for people that came in late. 1 second here. So this was the second slide we talked about. See how the coronation of Queen Elizabeth was on June 2nd, 1953, and then December 12th, 2019, a cluster of patients in Wuhan began to experience the symptoms of an atypical pneumonia. So that date, December 12th, 2019, was 66 years, 6 months after the coronation, right? Which has corona in there. Okay, so back to this. The Queen tested positive 201 days before the Queen died. 201, that big number, right? And then the Queen died 20 weeks and 1 day after her birthday, 201. And then connecting to Obama, the Queen tested positive 201 days from Obama's birthday. And here's what I was just talking about. The 66 years, 6 months. Let's see, it's been so long. Let's see if I can remember what I'm talking about here. The Queen died 911 days after COVID was declared a pandemic, right? Let's keep going. And speaking of 222, right, COVID declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11, British royal family. 222, they moved the Queen's coffin at 222, like British royal family, order out of chaos. We'll talk more about the 222 later. We already talked about this. Remember when the Queen lit up the strand, right? The third strand DNA, the triple helix. We talked about that earlier. And coronation has the word corona in it. The coronation of Charles and Camilla was on May 6, 5/6, that big number with COVID, right? So coronation equals 56, like the date, May 6, 5/6, royal family 56, coronavirus 56, Church of Satan, Society of Jesus, that's the Jesuits, All-Seeing Eye, Masonic Ritual, Freemasons, they're all 56. King Charles appoints Keir Starmer as new UK Prime Minister. That was on July 5th, 2024. That just happened to be 666 days after the Queen died. We got Keir Starmer. London Has Fallen was released in the UK on March 3rd, 2016. And that was 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days before the Queen died. What do we have here? The funeral for Queen Elizabeth was on September 19th, 2022. And the coronation was May 6, 2023. So the coronation was, if you take the date of the funeral, September 19th, 2022, when you add 6 months, 6 weeks, 6 days, you get the date of the coronation. How about that? This is a song called Pandemic by Dr. Creep. I don't know if I want to read all this. Yeah, I'm not going to read all that. Remember the first person in the U.S. to get the vaccine, Sandra Lindsay, which was 846, like the fallen angels, like tribulation, like the days of Noah, like the first tower was hit allegedly at 8:46 a.m. Like May Parsons gave the vaccine to Maggie Keenan in the UK. May Parsons, 8:46. She's got the Santa Penguin or Penguin Santa on her shirt, which was 8:46. Remember Floyd? Remember George Perry Floyd equals 201? He had the knee on the neck for 8 minutes, 46 seconds before they changed the time. Here's a movie, Captain America, where you have the corona and the virus here. Got a Phantom of the Opera mask. On Bill Gates' first birthday, I don't know if Garo, Jurassic Liars, is still listening, but we're going to talk a little bit about Elvis here and a little bit more later. That's his big connection to Elvis, of course. But on Bill Gates' first birthday, Elvis Presley, the king of rock and roll, was vaccinated on live TV during an episode of The Ed Sullivan Show. So you got Elvis getting the first vaccine on Bill Gates' first birthday. All right. And then we had the Olympics, 92. We had these COVID-looking things. And then 2012, of course, we had the nurses with the hospital beds and the Grim Reaper, that whole thing. Let's see. Biden receives COVID-19 vaccination at 3:22. Just like the 322-foot rocket, Artemis. The coronavirus vaccine equals 322. Coronavirus world emergency, 322. Planned pandemic, 322. The number of skull and bones. But yeah, he got his vaccine right when the clock turned 322, if you remember that. CV. C is 3. V is 22. 322. Let's see. There's so much here. I'm just going to skip all this. There's so much to talk about. I don't want to get caught up. What is this? Fauci's birthday. Or Obama was born 142 days from Fauci's birthday. Coronavirus 142. There's so much I could read here. See how COVID vaccine equals Church of Satan and 3 ciphers. Fun fact, Obama won the U.S. presidential election November 4th, 2008. If you take the day that the Church of Satan was founded, April 30th, 1966, if you add 6 years, 66 months, 666 weeks, and 6666 days, you land on the day Obama won the election. But I'm not going to read all this. It would take too long, and we got a lot to talk about. By the way, all this is on my Facebook. Here, I'll start here. Let me take a sip of water. Bill Gates publicly announced that he had tested positive for COVID on May 10th, 2022. That was 66 years, 6 months, and 12 days after he was born. Are you kidding me? Come on now. You're telling me Bill Gates tested positive 66 years and 6 months after he was born? What kind of sorcery is that? We already talked about the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. We already talked about this. Shout out to Gematria85 for this one. Bill Gates and Paul Allen were the founders of Microsoft, put their names together. Bill Gates and Paul Allen equals 666. See how World Economic Forum has the hidden 666 in the logo? Build Back Better, kind of like 666. Bill Gates virus 666. Okay, more on Elvis here. So remember, Elvis got the vaccine on Bill Gates' first birthday. And the first celebrity with COVID was Tom Hanks, right? And what was he doing when he got COVID? He was filming the Elvis movie, right? Hey, Travis, good to see you. And Brent, much love. So, remember when Tom Hanks tested positive, he said, "Hey, folks, good news. 1 week after testing positive in self isolation, the symptoms are much the same. No fever but the blahs. Folding the laundry and doing the dishes leads to a nap on the couch. Bad news, my wife has won 6 straight hands of gin rummy and leads by 201 points. But I learned not to spread my Vegemite so thick. I traveled here with a typewriter, one I used to love. We are all in this together. Flatten the curve, Hanks." So not only does he's the first celebrity with COVID, right? Filming the Elvis movie, right? But he mentions the number 201, like event 201. And then he talks about his typewriter and he puts a picture of it. It's a Corona typewriter. Remember, this is the guy who played Lance Corona and Larry Crown, right? Corona like Crown. He's also Mr. Sleepless in Seattle. Remember, COVID started near Seattle, home of Bill Gates with the giant space needle, right? See how Wuhan coronavirus equals Thomas Jeffrey Hanks in the reduction ciphers. What else? Yes, the 2016 movie Inferno is about a billionaire scientist named Bertrand Zobrist who creates a deadly virus to wipe out half of the world's population. He is obsessed with the issue of overpopulation and believes this extreme measure is necessary to save humanity from eventual extinction. So, Tom Hanks is in that movie. See how Bertrand Zobrist is 214, like COVID vaccine, Church of Satan? Look when the movie came out. Inferno came out on Bill Gates' birthday. Wow. And remember what Bill Gates said in the TED Talk? You know, if we do a great job with the you-know-whats, we can reduce population, that whole thing. Yeah, Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson were in Sleepless in Seattle, Washington. 94, like coronavirus pandemic, Operation Warp Speed 94. See how Elvis equals 67 and 68, like polio and Wuhan. The connection between Elvis Presley and the Space Needle is primarily through the 1963 musical film It Happened at the World's Fair. See how It Happened at the World's Fair equals COVID-19 vaccination in 2 ciphers. Yes, Tom Hanks was in Australia for the pre-production stage and was about to begin filming the Elvis movie when he and his wife Rita Wilson tested positive. Another movie that Tom Hanks is in, Forrest Gump, which, by the way, is 2 hours and 22 minutes. Remember, he teaches Elvis, the smaller Forrest Gump, who was not played by Tom Hanks, but Tom Hanks is in the movie. Remember, he teaches Elvis how to dance. And there's a big connection, Gara will tell you, between Tom Hanks and Elvis. Remember the movie Castaway? He's a big Elvis fan, and there's a big connection there. Remember in Forrest Gump, he does the as above, so below. Kind of hard to see. Forrest Gump is a perfect match to, it's got this, Forrest Gump has the same 4 numbers as Freemasonry. What else do we have here? Bill Gates announced that he tested positive. Let's see, that was 113 weeks after COVID declared a pandemic. Coronavirus pandemic 113. Like the date, March 11th, can be written 11/3, 11th day of the 3rd month. The actor of Elvis, Peter Dobson, has a name summing to 56, like the year Tom Hanks was born in 56, and the year Elvis got the polio vaccine was 56 on Jonas Salk's birthday and Bill Gates' first birthday. So Peter Dobson, 56. Let's see, Peter Dobson. I thought it was, wasn't it that Austin Butler? I thought, who's Peter Dobson? Oh, and Forrest Gump. Okay. He was Elvis and Forrest Gump. Gotcha. Yeah, this part here I took right from Zach's channel. Okay. What else here? I think we can move on. Let's move on, see what else we got here. This is about the Buccaneers Super Bowl. We don't need to talk about that right now. all the stuff with the 222 and I don't know. Do I want to get into all that? It's very deep. Long story short, all right. Fun fact. I used to be a huge Buccaneers fan, right until I woke up in 2019. But the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl in their home stadium right after COVID. Remember, they said Tom Brady had 201 yards, 201, and remember the fans inside the stadium had to wear a mask. And remember the Buccaneers and Tom Brady went to the White House on July 20th, the 201st day of the year. Buccaneers Super Bowl equals Wuhan coronavirus. Tom Brady got win number 222 as a Buccaneer. Brady came out of retirement 222 days from his birthday. The owner of the Bucs, Joe Glazer, equals 666, the head coach of the Bucs. Bruce Arians equaled 666. The general manager for the Bucs, Jason Light, equaled 666. The score was 31-9. Lucifer and Masonic are 319, like 31-9. The Bucs equals 666. They got the Skull and Bones logo, right? The 322. Remember, the weekend came down like a fallen angel, and before they beat the Chiefs, remember the Chiefs won the Super Bowl. February 2nd, 2020, Andy Reid got his 222nd career win and his first Super Bowl victory. That was on 2/2/2020. February 2nd, 2020 equals 2220. And it was on February 2nd, which equals 222. And the Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl 222 weeks after the Kansas City Royals won the World Series. And J-Lo did halftime, and J-Lo was 222. And if you add up, you just had the Chiefs with the Eagles, right, in the last Super Bowl. Am I correct? It's been so long. But if you add up the five Super Bowls that the what Super Bowl did we just have? I don't even know right now. I'm thinking of last year, Super Bowl 60. Yeah. Wow, I'm a year behind. We just had the Seahawks and the Patriots. Okay. So before that, we had the Eagles and the Chiefs, right? That was Super Bowl 59. Super Bowl 59. Yeah, that was the Eagles and the Chiefs. Anyways, if you add up the five Super Bowls for the Eagles, 15, 39, 52, 57, 59, add it up, it equals 222. And if you add up the four playoff games that the Eagles were in, remember, Andy Reid used to be the coach of the Eagles, but it was Super Bowls, or the playoff scores that year were the combined scores were 32, 50, 78, 62. You add that up, it was 222. Andrew Reid, 56, like coronavirus, COVID vaccine. And that game with the Chiefs, that was game number 222 of Andy Reid with the Chiefs, that Super Bowl, if you can believe that. And then remember, it connected to all the plane crashes, the 222, and that crash in Philadelphia was 222 days from the mayor's birthday, 222 days from the president of Mexico's birthday. Everyone on the plane was from Mexico. Shriners Hospital, 222. And then the Super Bowl in New Orleans was 2 weeks and 2 days after a major plane crash in New Orleans or something like that. Anyway, and then, Kobe and coronavirus, he died like the first week of coronavirus in the U.S., and he was a big Eagles fan. But long story short, Kobe died 22 weeks and 2 days after his birthday, 222, buried in Corona Del Mar. He had a crown tattoo. Corona means crown. He was the Eagles fan, and the Eagles' first Super Bowl appearance was 2 years, 22 weeks, and 2 days from when Kobe was born. Corona equals Lakers. He played for the Lakers. Kobe 33, Corona 33. So Corona Del Mar equals coronavirus and COVID vaccine in multiple ciphers. Remember little Kobe, the son of Francis Ngannou. Little Kobe died 222 weeks and 0 days after Kobe Bryant died. Francis Ngannou, 222. But the big stuff here, the undeniable stuff. Remember, Kobe scored his career-high 81 points in game number 666, and he died in a helicopter, allegedly, which equals 666. And Kobe had the 666 workout. So he scored 81 points in game 666. That's because Mark of the Beast is 81, Kobe being Bryant, 81. And then shout out to Adam the Illusion. I got this from him, but when Kobe died, he was 497 months and 3 days old. 4973, that's the 666 prime number. I mean, if you think that's a coincidence, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, come on. He had the 666 workout. He scored his career high in game number 666, Helicopter 666. And in an episode of the short-lived Comedy Central animated series Legends of Chamberlain Heights, which aired in 2016, depicted a fictional version of Kobe Bryant dying in a helicopter crash. Look at this. The tail number on Kobe's helicopter, N72EX. When you spell out 72, right? N72EX, it equals 666. Yes, the Lakers gave out a remote-controlled toy helicopter action figure to fans sitting in the courtside seats at Kobe Bryant's final game. Did you know that? Kobe Bryant's last game, they gave out toy Kobe Bryant helicopters. So back to the Eagles connection. Remember, he was a big Eagles fan. The Eagles picked up win number 666 all time on the anniversary, and Kobe was from Philadelphia, right? The Eagles picked up win 666 all time on the anniversary of Kobe Bryant's death against Washington, leaving them on 666 wins all time, days before a helicopter hit an American Eagle from Kansas in Washington. Kobe died in a helicopter. Helicopter equals 666. Kobe scored 81 points, his career high in game 666. The Eagles posted a picture of a helicopter before the game, and by the way, Kobe was born in Philadelphia. And then more 222 with basketball. Remember when Desmond Bane had the stat line: 2 assists, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, 2 blocks, 2 turnovers, 2 fouls, 22.2% field goals on 2-2-22. But what they don't tell you, that he did that 222 days from his birthday. Yeah, and he wore the number 22. And Bane equals 22, and he did it on February 2nd, which equals 222. More about Kobe, but you can find that on my Facebook. If you go to my Facebook and you just type in COVID 666, you'll find this whole list. In the 96 movie Space Jam, it gained social media attention during the early COVID-19 pandemic for seeming to eerily foreshadow the real-life NBA season suspension. Key parallels pointed out by social media users in March 2020 included the NBA season suspension. In the film, the NBA commissioner holds a press conference to announce the indefinite suspension of the basketball season until the players' health and safety can be guaranteed, just like what happened, right? Fear of germs. Several NBA players in a locker room expressed an exaggerated fear of germs, with one player claiming bacteria like that can travel faster than the speed of light. And then coincidental timing. The original Space Jam was released on VHS and DVD on March 11th, 97, exactly 23 years to the day before the NBA officially announced it was suspending its season. Wow. And then remember in that movie how Moron Mountain, see how it looks like a coronavirus? See that? Interesting, right? See how Moron Mountain equals coronavirus and COVID vaccine? Remember old COVID Kapoor? Viewed tens of thousands of times, a viral clip of fashion reality show Project Runway shows an outfit with a face mask designed by a contestant named COVID Kapoor. Kapoor's design ended up being a red plaid suit with an accompanying face mask, which of course wouldn't be out of place in 2020. Even more hilarious, the judges deemed the look sick. Okay, so you had an outfit designed by Covid Kapoor. This is in 2019, before COVID, okay? And so not only is the name Covid Kapoor, but the outfit had a face mask, and they said it looked sick. You don't need any gematria for that, right? 2019, right before COVID, Covid Kapoor face mask looks sick, right? Well, look at the gematria. Covid Kapoor, 56, like coronavirus COVID vaccine. Anthony Fauci, 56. Fauci ouchie, Masonic ritual, right? And then speaking of Fauci, Fauci testifies on the origins of COVID-19, June 3rd, 2024, 155th day of the year. Of course, coronavirus equals 155. Back to the 222. First coronavirus death in California linked to Grand Princess Cruise. Remember that? Grand Princess Cruise, another 222, like President Xi Jinping, leader of China. The China virus, right? Wuhan coronavirus, 222, declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. Revelation 13:18. About here is wisdom. Let he that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for his number is 666. Number of a man, right? Says here, yes, Revelation 13:18 was written in Koine Greek. Notice how Greek alphabet equals 666. Isosophy is essentially the Greek equivalent of the Hebrew practice of gematria. See how isosophy equals 666. This might be coming in the future. Implantable quantum dot microneedle vaccination delivery system equals 666. RFID scanner, 666. The QR mark, 666. Satan's RFID, Obama chip mark, Barack Obama mark. Receive a mark, prophecy, mark of beast, a satanic mark, the hand or head, AI system. They all equal 666. Remember immunibands? Unibands equals mark of beast, including 666. The military world games in Wuhan, China, they were held October 18th, 2019, 10/18. Right? And that's the same day that Event 201 took place. Right? Event 201. Wuhan Military World Games, 10/18, like Event 201. I'm going to skip this one. I'm going to skip this one. Let's see. The FDA granted full approval of Pfizer-BioNTech, August 23rd, 2021. That was for individuals 16 or older. That was 66 days before Gates' 66th birthday. Okay. Corona 66, number of the B66. What is this here? The FDA authorizes Pfizer booster shots for children ages 5 to 11. And that news came 201 days from Bill Gates' birthday, of course. Pfizer equals COVID in 2 ciphers. William Henry Gates, 201. The Pfizer motto, breakthroughs that change patients' lives, 201. I'm going to skip that for now. Quebec's government made wearing a mask mandatory in all indoor public spaces starting July 18th, 2020. And Quebec lifted its main indoor mask mandate May 14th, 2022. So those dates are separated by 666 days. And see how Quebec equals COVID and 3 ciphers. And Quebec reported 666 new daily cases on at least 2 separate occasions in 2021. The Osaka flu in The Simpsons is a fictional disease. I don't know if I want to get all that. You can do your own research about the Osaka flu and the house cat flu. Basically, more predictive programming from The Simpsons. In March 2020, Governor Gavin Newsom stated that roughly 56% of California's population could be infected with the coronavirus over an 8-week period. 8 weeks is 56 days, right? So see how Gavin Newsom equals 56, like coronavirus, 56% in 56 days. Remember we had the toilet paper outage, toilet paper 56. What is this here? So speaking of 56, Event 201 was on 10/18/2019. That was 56 days from that December 12th, 2019, when the cluster of patients in Wuhan began to experience symptoms. So that was 56 days apart. Like COVID outbreak, coronavirus, COVID vaccine. And then May 6th, let's see, this is from Derek Gematria. I'm just trying to read what it says here. Coronavirus was declared a pandemic 56 days before the date 5/6. And Event 201 was 201 days from the date 5/6. And then Kobe Bryant, we talked about him earlier, buried in Corona del Mar. He died 56 days after the first official case, December 1st. And Corona del Mar, 56. The first man in the world to receive a fully approved COVID vaccine was William Bill Shakespeare. How about that? Oh, Shakespeare. Remember this picture of Bill Gates with the book here, How to Lie with Statistics by Daryl Huff, which equals 666. Remember when he was sitting there and he said, the next pandemic will get their attention this time. Then he talked about reducing the population at the TED Talk. We'll talk more about Trump and the 88 later, but remember he made the calm before the storm statement on October 5th, 2017, 888 days before COVID declared a pandemic. 888 Donald J. Trump. I don't have it on here, but Donald J. Trump is 888 B system. 888, remember, father of the vaccine. 88 Trump 88. We'll talk more about that later. Remember he said when we have the vaccine, we have the military all lined up, and the military is going to be doing it in a very powerful way. So Revelation 13:16 through 17 says, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man may buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name, which equals 888. So here's some 8s for you. Trump equals 88. Remember the would-be assassin Thomas Crooks. His birthday, 9/20/03. That's the 8,888th prime number. Trump was allegedly shot 88 months after the Snoop Dogg video Lavender, where Snoop Dogg's pointing the gun at Trump. And Frank equals Donald. Remember Donnie Darko, where Frank the rabbit gets shot in the eye. Rabbit equals Trump. Frank equals Donald. Donnie's got the Triumph sweater, which says Trump. Remember in iPet Goat 2, they have the rabbit with a bullet hole in the ear, like Frank the Rabbit. Donnie Darko set in the year 88. The numbers on Donnie's arm add up to 88. And the guy who plays Donnie Darko, Jacob Benjamin Gyllenhaal, equals 88. The guy who plays Frank the Rabbit was born 88 days from Trump's birthday. That movie takes place in Middlesex, which equals 888, like Donald J. Trump, like Mar-a-Lago, like COVID was declared a pandemic 888 days after Trump's calm before the storm statement. The Art of the Deal is also 888, Back to the Future. Biff represents Trump. They got to reach 88 miles per hour. The raid on Mar-a-Lago, August 8th, 88, right? Remember the 88-foot tall flagpoles at the White House? Trump's number to text, 88022. So yeah, the 88 and the 888, big numbers with Trump. Revelation 9:11, and they had a king over them, which is the angel of the bottomless pit, whose name in the Hebrew tongue is Abaddon, but in the Greek tongue hath his name Apollyon. That equals 614, which is Trump's birthday. Revelation 9:11, he was number 45, number 47. 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7, 11. Trump with the sheep on the pillars, numbers 9 and 11. Abaddon, 888. Get it? Abaddon. Like Mar-a-Lago, Donald J. Trump, The Art of the Deal, Beast System. Remember the old ballroom held 88, and the new one's going to hold 999. That's a difference of 9/11. And Trump was down there on 9/11. Remember the official quarter of 2020 with the bat? They said COVID came from a bat. The designer of the coin, Richard Masters. 222, right? That big number. We can skip over some of this here. Remember I Am Legend? Crippen's virus, 142, like coronavirus. Named after Alice Crippen. Look what Alice Crippen equals, 201. That movie takes place in New York, New York, which is 222 and 78, like Wuhan coronavirus. And you see here, I Am Legend came out on December 14th. Well, when was the first COVID vaccine in the U.S.? December 14th. Where? New York. Same place I Am Legend takes place. And, yeah, the movie I Am Legend set in New York City, specifically in Manhattan, after a virus wipes out most of humanity. So New York equals 666, like vaccination. Meatloaf. They say Meatloaf died from complications of COVID-19. Meatloaf is connected to the bat out of hell. Remember COVID and the bat, right? Ozzy bit the head off a bat on 20/1. And Ozzy Osbourne, 201. What do I got here? So hard. Pope Francis, remember he died 201 days after the death date of St. Francis of Assisi, who he got his name from. Jorge Mario Bergoglio, 201, lives in Suite 201 at the Dome of Sancti Marte, 201. Catholic Pope, 201. The Guidestones went down 201 days from the Pope's birthday. Ozzy Osbourne bit the head off a bat on 20/1. Remember, he tested positive for COVID, announced by Sharon, 201 days from Sharon's birthday. And Ozzy and Sharon were born 200 weeks apart. And Ronnie James Dio replaced Ozzy. He died 201 days from Ozzy's birthday, I believe. Let's see. Resident Evil, 142. Coronavirus, 142. Dr. Isaacs, 142. Umbrella Corps equals coronavirus. Capcom, 666. Got this lab in China with the umbrella. Raccoon City, like Corona, right? We're almost done with the COVID stuff, and we can move on. Remember Tom Hanks with his Corona typewriter? Right? Madam X from Madonna released 222 days before the first U.S. case of COVID was announced. And that also had the Corona typewriter on Madonna's album, Madam X. Kind of like Clade X, right? But Corona typewriter, just like Tom Hanks, 222 days before the first U.S. case. Typewriter equals 666, by the way. And then this happened in Paris, France, which equals COVID vaccine and coronavirus. As for Madonna using a Corona typewriter, ironically, recall Tom Hanks recently posted on Instagram also paying tribute to Corona typewriters. Probably just more irony. In that post, he mentioned losing by 201 points in Gin Rummy, a nod to Event 201, which simulated a coronavirus outbreak. Madonna equals virus. See that? Madonna says she had coronavirus at the end of Madam X tour. Madonna cancels Madam X shows due to coronavirus concerns. Yes, Madonna's March 11th, 2020, see that's when COVID was declared a pandemic, Madam X show in Paris was canceled by French authorities. See, Paris, France equals COVID vaccine. Madonna announced on May 6, 5/6, that she had contacted and recovered from COVID. 56, like coronavirus. And shout out to Gematria Effect News for that. Oh my goodness, there's still more. Let's see. Italy's government announced the decree making COVID vaccines mandatory for people over 50 on January 5th, 2022. That was 666 days after COVID was declared a pandemic. Also, January 5th, 2022, advisors to the CDC voted to recommend that Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine booster shots should be available for adolescents 12 to 17, 666 days after COVID declared a pandemic. Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, often called Agenda 30, officially began on January 1st, 2016. That was 60 years and 66 days after Bill Gates was born. Climate crisis equals 666. And check this out. On March 11th, 2020, Rudy Gobert tested positive for COVID-19, an event that led to the NBA to immediately suspend its season. Okay, they suspended their season after Rudy Gobert tested positive for COVID, right? Well, guess what? That guy tested positive for COVID again 666 days later. Yes, Rudy Gobert tested positive for COVID-19 on January 6, 2022, and was placed in the NBA's health and safety protocols on that date. 666 days later. I mean, wow. I'm going to skip this Klaus Schwab stuff. Here's some magazines with all the DNA stuff. Revelation 18:23 about pharmakia. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee, and the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee, for thy merchants were the great men of the earth, for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived. Sorceries, 666. Daniel 2:43, and whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. The World Health Assembly is the forum through which the WHO is governed by its 194 member states. The first World Health Assembly meeting was in Geneva, June 24th, 1948, and ended on July 24th, 1948. So here it's showing that it ended July 24th, 1948, 6,066 days before Tedros was born, the Director General of the WHO. What else do we have? Pfizer-BioNTech officially asked the U.S. FDA to authorize emergency use of COVID-19 vaccine for children 5 to 11 on October 7th, 2021. That was 666 days after the December 12th cluster of patients. On April 29th, 2022, the individual identified as the index case for monkeypox, that was 66 years, 6 months, 1 day after Bill Gates was born. Melinda Gates. She was born April 15th, 1964. COVID was declared a pandemic 666 months and 25 days after she was born. Biden was elected president in 2020. If you take 2020 divided by 666, you get 30330. That's Biden's text number. Remember Maggie Keenan? See her hands there? Got the 56, like COVID vaccine and coronavirus. Back to the 201. Remember when the CDC director tested positive 201 days after her birthday? Then you remember the shooting near Emory University? Officer killed in shooting outside CDC, right, in Atlanta by gunmen who reportedly blamed COVID vaccine for illness. Remember the address was 201 Dowman Drive for Emory University? And that, I mean, look at that. CDC, COVID vaccine to blame. Address 201, that happened 201 days after Trump assumed office. The CDC was founded by Dr. Joseph Mountain, 201. I'm going to skip this one. You had Sylvia Browne's End of Days, which talked about around 2020, a severe pneumonia-like illness will spread throughout the globe. Then you had Dean Koontz, The Eyes of Darkness, talking about the Wuhan 400. See how when you write it out, Wuhan 400 equals 201. We already talked about Ozzy. Here's something I didn't talk about. So the Osbournes had a Satan podcast, and that was on September 26, 2023. Ozzy died 666 days after the Satan podcast. And Rockstar is 666, podcast 666. And then Ozzy died 666 months and 13 days after Black Sabbath's first single. And then speaking of Satan, Ozzy died 232 days from his birthday. Ozzy 232, Satan 232. And Ozzy died 2 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days from the anniversary of the Church of Satan, like 232. And that episode of the Satan podcast, it was episode number 203. Ozzy died on the 203rd day of the year, and Satanic Ritual is 203. And he did a guest appearance on American Idol where he was wearing the number 666. But that shouldn't be a surprise, right? He went by Prince of Darkness. Remember George Perry Floyd, 201, with the Corona beer behind him. Operation Warp Speed was announced 201 days from Bill Gates' birthday, right? Yeah, Operation Warp Speed, May 15th, 2020. 201 days from Bill Gates' birthday. William Henry Gates, 201. Remember, George Floyd's autopsy confirmed he had previously tested positive for coronavirus, of course. The world surpassed 1 million COVID deaths exactly 201 days after the pandemic was declared. I'm going to skip this Walking Dead stuff. Okay, that's it on COVID. My goodness, that took so long. All right, we're ready for the next topic. Let's see. Should we move on to Charlie Kirk? Yeah, let's do that real quick. So we'll talk about Charlie Kirk, and then we'll talk about Obama and Trump. But guys, I just went on for an hour straight, and I skipped some slides. I mean, that was a lot to be a coincidence. What do you guys think? I mean, that was a lot of information there. And thank you guys for hitting the like button. I appreciate it. We're at 199 likes. If we get one more, we'll be at 200. So thank you guys for hitting the like and the share. Very much appreciated. Okay, so Charlie Kirk. Well, we'll go ahead. We'll go this way first. There's some new information I haven't talked about. I made a post about it, but I haven't done it on video yet. So, the Charlie Kirk show, it began on July 7th, 2019. He allegedly died 6 years, 66 days after the Charlie Kirk show began. And that's also a span of 322 weeks, 322, right? Like Skull and Bones. He allegedly died in Orem, Utah, which equals killing in 3 ciphers. Orem, Utah equals assassin in 2 ciphers. See how Orem, Utah has that 115 like killing? Charles Kirk 115. Assassin 115. Freemasons and Masonic 115. Charles James Kirk equals STAGED shooting in 2 ciphers. See how he's grabbing his neck there? Charlie Kirk, 105, like masonry. Remember Erica with the ring with the G, like the Masonic logo. In Freemasonry, a Tyler is an appointed officer known as the outer guard who guards the lodge room. Tyler Robinson, 165, like Scottish Rite. We'll talk about all the 33s later. That's really the big point. Lots of connections with George Floyd. See how they got the same birthday, October 14th. Here's all the hand signs. People will swear she's just saying I love you, but we know better, right? So if she's saying I love you there, then what is Charlie Kirk doing here, right? Are they saying I love you there with the 666, three of them, right? Big Trump fan. Trump's favorite hand sign, the 666, more of it. So here's some 33s for you. Remember, it was a 33-hour manhunt, and the suspect was arrested 33 days from Kirk's birthday, and he was shot 33 weeks after the inauguration, and shot 33 days from the Utah Valley University president's birthday, and the memorial was 3 weeks and 3 days from Kirk's birthday, and he was shot with 3 months and 3 weeks left in the year. The funeral was in Glendale, which equals 33, which is located at 33 degrees north. His initials CK, C equals 3, K11, 3 times 11, 33. Neck 33, Freedom 33, Masonry 33. The highest degree of the Scottish Rite, the 33rd degree. And then also the 347 hats. 4 plus 7 is 11. 11 times 3 is 33. Let's see. He died allegedly 88 days from Trump's birthday, that big number with Trump. Turning Point USA, 88. Trump, 88. It was 159 months after Turning Point USA was founded. Is that correct? Yeah, Turning Point USA founded June 5th, 2012. So he died allegedly 159 months later. It was also 1 year, 59 days after Butler with Trump. Donald Trump equals 159. And then we have the Snake Eyes connection. In the movie Snake Eyes, the heavyweight boxer Lincoln Tyler is in the ring during an assassination where Charles Kirkland, right? Charles Kirkland is shot in the neck by an assassin named Tariq Rabbit. TR, like Tyler Robinson. Tariq Rabbit equals Charles James Kirk in 2 ciphers. 107, 163, like Charles James Kirk. See how Nicolas Cage is doing his hands on the cover of Snake Eyes, like Trump and Kirk there. See how Lincoln Tyler equals Tyler Robinson. In the 98 film Snake Eyes, Lincoln, the executioner Tyler. What else? It takes place... the assassination takes place at Trump's Taj Mahal casino, right? And remember, we had this whole discrepancy about the date for a while. Even Google or AI was saying September 10th. Turns out it was actually September 19th when you look closer on the billboard, but it did look like September 10th. So... anyways, this part here is incorrect. I think it's actually September 19th when it takes place. But still, it's in September. And the, 1 plus 9 is 10. Also, the assassination takes place in Trump's Taj Mahal casino, which filed for bankruptcy on September 10th. When was the assassination in Snake Eyes? It should be September, yeah. Fact checkers attributed the similarities to coincidence. The movie's assassination took place on September 19th, not September 10th, as some claimed. So, that would be my bad. Me and Cody and Ball Don't Lie. We saw it on Ball Don't Lie's channel. Make sure you subscribe to him too. I forget who it was off the top of my head who brought up the whole connection with Snake Eyes, but that's how it started. We all thought it was September 10th in the beginning, but anyways, that's not the important thing. It's still September, and let's keep going. Charles Kirkland was played by Joel Fabiani. His birthday, September 28th. So Tyler Robinson's birthday, 165 days from the actor who played Charles Kirkland, 165 again. Trump was born on the 165th day of the year. It says, believe everything except your eyes, 165. Orem, 165, like Orem, Utah. Lincoln Tyler Robinson, 165. And remember, the last words of Charlie Kirk was counting or not counting gang violence, which is 165. And the actor who played Charles Kirkland, he was 88 years old when Charlie Kirk got shot, allegedly. 88 days from Trump's birthday. Turning Point, USA, 88 like Trump. Erica Kirk genuinely rattled after Jezebel paid witches on Etsy to curse husband Charlie 2 days before he was assassinated. The 98 movie Snake Eyes features a tropical storm that becomes a hurricane is named Jezebel. So remember the whole Jezebel connection? Right? In the movie Snake Eyes, there's a storm called Jezebel. The assassin is Tariq Rabbit, TR, his initials, like Tyler Robinson. Shout out to Christopher Columbus for this one. At the end of the movie, they show a cop car with the number 47 on it. Like Trump is number 47, Trump equals 47. Remember the music video, She's My Kind of Crazy with Erica Kirk, where she ziplines past the numbers 9, 10. Like Charlie Kirk allegedly died on 9/10, Fremont, which can be interpreted as freedom, like he had the freedom shirt. See how the music video is 3 minutes, 22 seconds, 322, like he died 322 weeks after the Charlie Kirk show began. But anyways, the important thing here, the 9/10. This should blow your mind if you're new here. So, in this music video, Emerson drives She's My Kind of Crazy. Erica Kirk ziplines past the numbers 9, 10, and they really focus on it in the video. So there's your 9/10. Charlie Kirk died on 9/10, right? Well, if you think that's a coincidence, she left a comment on that video, and somebody, I found this out through Garo, Jurassic Liars. I forget who it was that let him know, that he let me know. Anyways, she left a comment on that video. She said, what a blast Tyler and I had shooting this video with you guys. What a blast Tyler and I had shooting this video with you guys, okay? So remember the alleged assassin is named Tyler, right? And he did the shooting. So what a blast Tyler and I had shooting this video, right? So she leaves that comment on the video where she's ziplining past the 9/10, and I don't know if I have it right here. I guess I'm out of order, but she left. I'll have to go somewhere else with it. Guys, she left that comment on September 10th. Let me find it here. She left that comment on September 10th. One second, guys. If I have to, I'll go to the actual video. Anyway, there's a site where you can copy and paste a YouTube video link, and it'll let you know when a comment was made. Here it is. Okay, so here's what we were just looking at. She ziplines past the 9/10. She leaves a comment, had a blast shooting with Tyler. And then we found out, here's the comment, what a blast Tyler and I had shooting this video. I forget the name of the website right now. Can anybody remember the name of it? But there's this website where you can copy and paste a YouTube link, and it lets you know when the comments were made. She made the comment on September 10th, 2012. Yep, like Gene Splice said, the comment was posted from her Miss Arizona 2012 account on 9/10. Yeah, Hadsy. Thank you, Gene Splice. Good night, Katie. If you're wondering, Katie Rose is my wife in the chat. So good night. I'll see you in the morning. But yeah, guys, come on. She left the comment on September 10th. In the video where she's ziplining past a 9/10, had a blast shooting with Tyler, she left the comment on September 10th. Anyway, here's the guy from Emerson Drive holding up the 666. Got a sign in the background that says Diablo, which means devil. Show the puppy. Bring the puppy here. I'll show it. We got a new puppy. And our dog Bentley, who was with us, he was 15 years old. We had him for 13 years. He died the same week we got the puppy. We got the puppy first as Bentley was dying, and so at least the puppy got to meet Bentley. Here, come on in. Here. Oh, I got to turn it around, don't I? There it is. I got my hat off. Now they can see how bald I am. Hurry, I got to cover this up. I was getting hot. Anyway, there's the puppy. Hi, Lily. Everyone say hi. Here you go. All right. Back to it. So at the end of the video, they show a sign that says Ogden. The largest city named Ogden is in Utah. Charlie Kirk allegedly died in Utah. And then they showed the Fremont sign. Fremont has two main connections to Utah. It's the name of an ancient archaeological culture that inhabited central Utah. And also, it's the name of explorer John C. Fremont, who led expeditions through Utah. So there's another connection. You're bald too, fathead? Yeah, that's why I wear the hat. I'm losing it up top. What do we got here? Tyler Robinson, allegedly born April 16th, 2003. That was 666 months after the CI.A was founded. And remember the project MONARCH is connected to the CI.A and mind control. And she's got the butterfly tattoo, right? First part of the song, she's got a butterfly tat on the back of her you-know-where. So there's your, mind control. In the video, they have her hands up by her neck area, right? Like Kirk. And then this is under a white tent, right? Kirk was under a white tent. Don't forget about the lightning bolts, right? Satan falls like lightning. Maybe a stretch, but I thought the Tyler actor in the video kind of resembles Tyler Robinson a little bit. The lead singer of Emerson Drive, he has a son named Tyler Robert, kind of like Tyler Robinson. Thought that was interesting. And then the video came out July of 2012, so not too far from when Turning Point USA was founded in June of 2012. So we went over all the 33s earlier. Also, if you add up Tyler Robinson's case number, it equals 33, to go with all the other 33s from earlier. Now back to Snake Eyes, and we're going to talk a lot about this lady here in a minute. This is Decoding with Cody's Fine. Remember in Snake Eyes, the woman in the white with the blonde hair that was sitting next to Charles Kirkland when he got shot in the neck. Remember Erica Kirk at the memorial with the white suit and the blonde hair? Anyways, that actress is Carla Gugino. She's also in a movie from 2025 called Heads of State. I didn't know this when I was first covering this. Did you know in that movie she gets shot in the neck? And you know what her name is in the video or in the movie? She plays Elizabeth Kirk. I didn't know. She gets shot in the neck. How crazy is that? Anyways, the actress who plays the woman in the white, she was, Erica Kirk was born 9 months and 10 days before Carla Gugino's birthday. 9/10. And I believe her partner, she has a partner who, I think his birthday is 9/10, something like that. Here, let's just look it up. Carla Gugino. And this is going to end up being one of the longest videos I've ever done. We're almost at the 2-hour mark, and I have so much more to say, but that's okay. As long as we stay on here. See her partner, Sebastian Gutierrez, see his birthday? September 10th. Right? Again, that's Cody's find. But anyways, woman in the white dress, or white suit, Carla Gugino from Heads of State, plays Elizabeth Kirk, gets shot in the neck. Movie about assassins, 2025. Her birthday, 9 months, 10 days from Erica Kirk's birthday, 9/10. Crazy, right? What else do we have? More Snake Eyes connections. Yes, based on the VHS releases from that era, the trailer for Dead Man on Campus was included in the 98 VHS release of Snake Eyes, and the trailer for Snake Eyes was featured on the 99 VHS release of Dead Man on Campus. Get it? Dead Man on Campus, like Charlie Kirk, allegedly. And Dead Man on Campus was produced, or partly produced or something, by Valhalla Entertainment. And remember, Kash Patel said, "See you in Valhalla." And I think there's another connection. What is the other connection with Valhalla Entertainment? Married what is it? The director of Snake Eyes, right? Snake Eyes director. Wasn't he married? Brian De Palma. Wasn't he married to the head of Valhalla? Something like that. Here's the director of Snake Eyes, Brian De Palma. Spouses. Is it this one, Gail Hurd? Yeah, look, one of his spouses was the founder of Valhalla Entertainment. Remember, Kash Patel said, "See you in Valhalla." And anyway, Valhalla Entertainment was produced by Dead Man on Campus was produced by Valhalla Entertainment, which connects to all that. Okay. We talked about Charles Kirkland getting shot in the neck. We talked about the Storm Jezebel, Tyler the Executioner, Tariq Rabbit, TR, Trump's Taj Mahal Casino. We talked about all that. We're not going to bring up Bad Bunny today. I can show you. This is all connected to the snake and the snake ear. See how TPUSA equals snake. Orem means serpent or snake. The State Farm Stadium where the memorial was designed to look like a snake. Kirk was 31 years old, like snake, and TPUSA 31. It was 225 days after the Year of the Snake began. Year of the Snake, 225. See how TPUSA equals Utah, multiple ciphers. Back to the 31. He was 31 years old. Snake, 31. Right? TPUSA, 31. Genesis, 3:1, about the snake. See how Utah equals snake also? And the Year of the Snake. I'm not going to get into the Bad Bunny connection. Remember Erica Kirk with the snake eyes? She said she saw Charlie and the snake of the ticket line. Remember that one? Go watch that video. Erica Kirk saw Charlie and the snake of the ticket line. Nicolas Cage was married to a Erica Koik. I mean, what are the odds? Remember Erica Kirk said she loved to play the Snake game. Snake Game 31 came out on Nokia 31. Yeah, here she is, that video I did talking about the Snake Game. Not that important. Twisted Utah musician, Scrubs song predicting Charlie Kirk's death. Remember this person by the name God's Finest Scalpel put out a song called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. See how God's Finest Scalpel equals Tyler Robinson in two ciphers. It appeared on the release Monochopsis, which is 165, like Tyler Robinson. And the song came out 252 days from Tyler Robinson's birthday. Tyler James Robinson, 252. And then Monochopsis equals Hunter Kozak and Orem. I'm having a brain fart. Who was Hunter Kozak again? How is he connected? It's been so long. Hunter Kozak. Who was he? Kozak. Oh, he's the guy that asked the question about guns or something. Yeah. Okay, look at, speaking of 666, right? That's my main point tonight, talking about the number 666. Look at this, guys. So Kirk allegedly died 6 years, 66 days after the Charlie Kirk show began. And then if you take the date he died allegedly, if you add 666 days, you land on July 7th, which is the anniversary of the Charlie Kirk show beginning. The actor who played Charles Kirkland, Joel Fabiani, who was born September 28th, 1936. Tyler Robinson was born April 16th, 2003. So the actor who played Charles Kirkland was 66 years, 6 months old when Tyler Robinson was born. And remember, Tyler Robinson was allegedly born 666 months after the CI.A was founded. And they compared Charlie Kirk to Rush Limbaugh. Charlie Kirk allegedly died 1666 days after Rush Limbaugh died. And Charlie Kirk's memorial was 1666 weeks, or you could say 11666 days after his birth. So that's a lot to be a coincidence, I think. Shout out to Ball Don't Lie for this one. Remember, he does a show every Tuesday with Cody and Rambo. Make sure you check him out. But he pointed out that Erica Kirk's 666th post on Instagram was a tribute to Charlie Kirk, and it came on 10/10, October 10th. Of course, Satan equals 10. So we have that. And then I pointed this out. I forget who brought this up. I was watching Decoding with Cody live, and somebody brought this up in the chat. I couldn't believe it. But this podcast that Charlie Kirk was on, it was called Charlie Kirk Thought Crime episode number 33. Execution should be public, unedited. So they were bringing up public execution and how, Charlie Kirk thinks execution should be public, and they should have snacks and all kinds of stuff to watch it, all kinds of sickness. But anyways, they brought up this execution of anything they could bring up, right? They bring up this specific execution in France in 1977. They bring this up in the video. The last man to be executed by guillotine in France was September 10th, 1977. Okay, so they're talking about execution, and they bring up this execution from 77, which just happened to be September 10th. Remember, Charlie Kirk allegedly died September 10th? And, a guillotine is connected to your neck area, right? He gets hit in the neck, allegedly. And the guy who brings up the question, do I have it on here? I believe the guy who brings up the question is named Tyler in the video. I can't promise that's accurate, but I think that was part of it. Shout out to Glenn G. He pointed out that Charlie Kirk was 330 months, 3 weeks, 3 days old when he married Erica. More 33s to go with everything else. What do we have here? Massive crowds line up in the rain at Ole Miss for Turning Point USA event with VP Vance Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk was born in the year 88. Remember, she was with J.D. Vance. 88 days from Vance's birthday. Like, Kirk was shot 88 days from Trump's birthday. Turning Point USA 88, Trump 88. Inside Erica Kirk's apparel company with $88 sweatshirts. Turning Point USA CEO is 88. Remember, J.D. Vance was the last one to meet with Pope Francis. Pope died at 88. White House and Congress seek $88 million for extra security in wake of Charlie Kirk killing. Remember that whole thing with Vance? Speaking of snakes, there's Erica with a snake on her head. Some people have pointed out that it kind of looks like a 33 in her hair there. Could be a coincidence, but maybe not. See the 33 there? Speaking of snakes, attendees for the This Is the Turning Point event form a line that snakes through one of the parking lots outside of the Sandy and John Black Pavilion at the University of... That's when she had the thing with Vance. They bring up the snake in the line. Like Erica saw Charlie in the snake of the ticket line. Charlie Kirk explains why debating the snakes at Cambridge. They're so deceitful, little snakes there. It might have been They Live Truth who I got this from. I think other people pointed this out, but the American Comeback, see the one up and the one down, like as above, so below. And the lightning bolt, like Luke 10:18. Right? And then look how he has the one up, one down. I'll talk about this shortly. What else do we have here? Erica Kirk, widow of Florida Governor Kirk, dies at 88. C. Kirk, like Charlie Kirk. Interesting, right? So here's another thing I haven't done a video on. I got this from OTW News several months ago. Chuck, which is like a nickname for Charlie, Chuck appears to be shot in the neck area, but it was really a squib in the 2025 movie Back in Action. Yes, Chuck and Charlie are connected, as both are common nicknames for the name Charles. Back in Action has the 222. She says, well, good to see you, but Chuck, we saw you get shot. And then Chuck says, you know, it's amazing what they can do with squibs these days. This came out in 2025. And there's some other stuff, but anyway. Christian Kirk scored his first touchdown of the season tonight on Erica Kirk's birthday. The score was 9-10 after the extra point. Kirk died on 9/10. Kirk's first game of the season was the same day as the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Here she is, Charlie Kirk Legacy Award. See how it looks like the Freemason logo back there? In the Disney Hulu series Tempest, the leader of the New Republicans is shot on the left side of his throat at a church and in front of an audience. Kirk means church. The episode was released on 9/10/25, the same day Charlie Kirk was reportedly shot in the neck in front of an audience. So you have the Turning Point USA logo. Kind of looks like the snake eating its tail. Some of this we can skip. Got a Nut is the second episode of the 27th season of the American animated television series South Park, the 330th, another 33, episode of the series overall. It premiered on August 6, 2025. The episode features Clyde Donovan and Eric Cartman becoming right-wing podcasters, the latter in a parody of Charlie Kirk. See how Eric Cartman equals Charlie Kirk in 3 ciphers? And yes, the South Park episode Got a Nut was scheduled to re-air as a rerun on September 10th, 2025, but it was removed from the schedule. There are 33 stars on the flag. America Fest, Turning Point Action. Yeah, if you count them, there's 33 stars on there. Okay, so let me go to the other. Whoops, I might have just got rid of something I needed. Yeah, I think that I did. Let me just type it in here. A little bit more to talk about with Charlie Kirk. This movie, Head of State, where the woman from Snake Eyes, Carla Gugino, plays Elizabeth Kirk, and she gets shot in the neck. And I don't want to play the clip because I don't want to get a copyright, but you can watch the clip on my Facebook. If you just go to my Facebook, right here, JosephAcquaviva, type in Charlie Kirk, you'll find it. So I'll just read this. Elizabeth Kirk is shot in the neck in the 2025 movie Heads of State. After being shot, she lands in a chair like Charlie Kirk was shot in a chair. Before she gets shot, she talks about being an actor. Remember, Elizabeth Kirk is played by Carla Gugino, the woman in white with the blonde hair and Snake Eyes, who is in the scene where Charles Kirkland is shot in the neck. Charlie Kirk was allegedly shot in the neck on 9/10. Erica Kirk was born 9 months, 10 days before Carla Gugino's birthday, and her partner's birthday is 9/10. The Charlie Kirk event was on 9/10. Remember, Erica Kirk left a comment about having a blast with Tyler shooting the video, and left the comment on September 10th on the She's My Kind of Crazy video where she is ziplining past the 9/10. I mean, remember, this movie, Heads of State, is about assassination. She plays Elizabeth Kirk. She's shot in the neck, guys, and she's the actress from Snake Eyes, the woman in the white with the blonde hair, where Charles Kirkland is shot in the neck. How crazy is that? I mean, pretty crazy. Let me see. We've talked about most of this. Let me just make sure we got it all covered, and then we'll move on to Obama or Trump. I think I'm ready to talk about Obama. We'll start with the 666 connections. I think you might have lost me for a second. We're about to reach the 2-hour mark. Oh, she mentions Charlie in the movie. She's on the phone. She says, Echo Bravo Alpha Charlie. Fun fact. Let's see, that actress, Carla Gugino, she was born August 29th, 1971, so she was 19666 days when that movie came out. Okay. Charlie Kirk's done. COVID's done. Let's move on to Trump and Obama. Actually, here. Hey, Older Bones, good to see you. Sorry if I missed anyone in the chat. All right, let's do here. I think we're going to talk about Revelation 9:11 real quick. Get that out of the way. By the way, if you guys don't have time to watch this whole video, if you just go to my Facebook, these are the most important things I have on there, besides the obvious most important thing that we're in the biblical end of days and Jesus is coming soon and you must be born again. But as far as like exposing evil, these are the most important lists, all right? Obama 666, Obama 222, Trump 666, Trump 222, Revelation 9:11, Trump 88, COVID 666, Charlie Kirk. So let's do Revelation 9:11 real quick. See what we got there. Some of this we've already talked about, so this list shouldn't take too long. We talked about that. We covered that one. I just want to see if there's anything we haven't covered. Strong 623, the Greek word Apollyon. See how Barack Hussein Obama equals 623? Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, allegedly. I don't believe that. By the way, the 201st day of the year, Neil Alden Armstrong 201, that old serpent 201. But anyways, Trump's inauguration, it was 666 months after the fake moon landing. And thank you to King Nico for that find. Also, Gematrinator85 talked about that one. Don't forget the full name of NASA, National Aeronautics and Space Administration, equals 666. Yeah, I don't know if I even want to go through all this. Al-Qaeda terrorist attack, 9/11. Jihadist, 9/11. Remember Back to the Future? Got the 9 and the 11. Remember in Back to the Future 2? They got the guy upside down, then it looks like the towers in the window. Goes from Twin Pines Mall to Lone Pines Mall, or Lone Pine Mall. Back to the Future is 116 minutes, which is 1 hour, 56 minutes, 156. The 156 prime, 9/11. Yeah, see? You got, looks like the towers with the upside down guy, and 119 on the timer there. Oh, fun fact. The 99 film, The Matrix, Neo's passport expires on September 11th, 2001. Fun fact. Another 88 with Donnie Darko. We went over all the 88s earlier. The Mailbox, R. Sparrow, 88. There's a lot I could say, but I'm going to Janus Bifrons, like Biff, the two-faced Roman god. See how Janus Bifrons equals Donald J. Trump? Biff Trump 666, Janus Biff 88, Janus Biff Trump 666, Gray Sports Almanac 222, like Trump. Janus Bifrons equals Time Traveler. Credit Bones Jones, Back to the Future 176, like Time Traveler, Janus Bifrons. In the first Back to the Future, Marty McFly travels back to November 5th, 1955, right? Remember, Biff represents Trump. Look, that was 222 days from Trump's birthday, guys. And then remember, Trump won the election November 5th, 2024, right? November 5th again. Gray Sports Almanac 222. Some predictive programming. Simpsons 9/11. Angel of the Bottomless Pit, Barack Hussein Obama 666. Revelation 9/11. Credit to Robert Fink on Facebook for this 222. Abaddon, Barack Hussein Obama II, 222. And then Jurassic Liars, he just found a new one. He let me know today, if you take Barack Hussein Obama and then add his Secret Service name, Renegade, Barack Hussein Obama Renegade equals 222. Like the Antichrist Barack Obama, the guy who tested positive for COVID 222 days from his birthday, Wuhan coronavirus 222. Yeah. See how they said Back to the Future was based, or Biff was based on Trump. Back to the Future. Okay, well, you get the point. Let's see. Let's go to the Trump 88 list, see if there's anything we didn't cover. We're getting there. We're making progress. $88-foot-tall flagpoles. Oh, I forgot to mention, when they were putting up the 88-foot-tall flagpoles, remember they brought up $88 billion in tariffs? We went over all these 88s. Trump said he ended 8 wars in 8 months. Ballroom 88, remember he said it used to hold 88. All the connections with Miley Cyrus and the Wrecking Ball. Go watch those videos if you haven't seen them. Facebook removed 88 ads posted by Trump. Trump's net approval rating sets 88-year record, 88 million and counting. Trump amasses huge head start for 2020 campaign. Trump releases list of 88 generals, admirals supporting his bid. Trump teases a presidential bid during the 88 Oprah show. Oh, Trump's mom allegedly died at the age of 88. Interesting, right? Father of the vaccine, 88. Some of this stuff is on here twice. Trump backs $88 billion House Spectrum plan. Colorado U.S. Senator Michael Bennet took to the Senate floor to block Republicans' improper attempt to push through a slate of 88 Trump nominations. 88 postal services stopped shipping to the U.S. thanks to Trump administration. Trump administration appears to claw back $88 million grant for local tribal energy. Trump's 88 criminal charges and where they stand. Epstein, 88. By the way, Epstein was, what was he, 66 years, 6 months and days old when he died? Like, Diddy's trafficking trial began when he was 666 months old, something like that. Michael J. Fox got married in 88. Remember Donald Sutherland dead at 88? He played President Snow in the Hunger Games. Big connections to Trump. I think Trump did the interview on Twitter when he had 88 million followers. I could be wrong. I think that's what it was. I'm skipping some of these. Okay, let's move on. Let's go talk about the big stuff. Obama, 666. We'll do that. Hey, Ball Don't Lie. Good to see you, man. Today is Anton LaVey's 96th birthday. All right. I don't know if you were in here earlier, but I gave you a couple shout outs in this video. All right, guys. Give me like 3 minutes, all right? Glad to see you back, brother. Thanks for the love and support. Yeah, man. I appreciate it. Much love to you too and everyone. I got to go to the restroom and refill my water. All right. Yeah, Hillary Clinton and the 33,000 emails. Yep. All right. Give me a second, guys. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. Hang tight. All right, guys, I am back. Okay. So, like I said earlier, I still think Obama's the guy. I would not be surprised if it's Trump, but there's a lot of connections with 666 with Obama and Trump. All right, so let's go through some of them here. Shout out to Jurassic Liars Garo. He found this one way back when. If you take Obama's name, Barack Hussein Obama, add up the 4 base ciphers, it equals 666. The day, what was it, the day before or after Obama became president? Yeah, he became president he was elected November 4th, 2008. November 5th, The Illinois lottery, remember he's a senator from Illinois. The Illinois lottery was 666 the day after he became president. Isn't that crazy? That's why you should never trust the lottery. The senator from Illinois, Obama, he becomes president, or he gets elected. Then the next day, November 5th, the Illinois lottery was 666. For Obama's 60th birthday, on Obama.org, they asked people to chip in, get it, chip in, either $6, $60, or $600. If you add that up, it equals 666. Here's the leaked photo from his birthday party with a filter, the lightning coming out of him. You know, Barack means lightning, Obama the Heights. Obama chef ID'd as paddleboarder who drowned near former President Martha's Vineyard estate. That was in the news 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days after Obama's last full day in office. That happened at Turkeyland Cove, which equals 666, like the fallen angels. Michelle Obama's mom, Marion Robinson, dead at 86. That was in the news May 31st, 2024. If you go back 666 days, you land on Obama's birthday. They say Obama was born in Hawaii. Hawaii equals 666. Obama started his political career in Chicago. Chicago has the zip codes 60606 and 60666. Here's wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Number of a man, Barack Obama, equals 666. Obama was born on the 216th day of the year. 6 times 6 times 6, 216. Born on the day leaving, 149 days left in the year. Antichrist equals 149. Shout out to Jorge Zapata, I believe, for this one. If you type out the Antichrist Obama with his birthday, 8/4/1961, it equals 666. The Antichrist Obama with his birthday equals 666. So L means deity or God. See this magazine, God of All Things, with Obama? If you type out L, Barack Hussein Obama II, his full name, with L, it equals 666. Me and many other people believe Obama is the clone of Akhenaten. And shout out to Franchot Pearson. He found that, remember, Akhenaten was the 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty, right? Like Luke 10:18, Barack Obama, lightning from the heights. Akhenaten was the 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty. So not only do they look identical, but you put their names together, Obama, Akhenaten, it equals 666. President Trump announced on October 8th, 2025, that Israel and Hamas have agreed to implement the first phase of a peace deal. And that was 666 days. If you add 666 days, you would land on Obama's birthday. And then also, if you go back from that date, 6 years, 66 days, you would land on Obama's birthday. Not that big of a deal, but it's interesting. This is a way bigger deal. So when Israel formally declared war, October 8th, 2023, that was 666 days before Obama's 64th birthday. And that matters because Israel equals 64. So does Barack Hussein Obama 64, the Antichrist 64. And then Israel was allegedly attacked 64 days after Obama's birthday. What are the odds? And if you take that date, October 8th, 2023, you go back 6 years, 66 days, you land on Obama's birthday. So if you add up the 4 base ciphers of his name, you get 666. Number of a man, Barack Obama. Barack Obama is the angel of light. Satan as Barack. Akhenaten Obama. Barack Obama Mark. Democrat Obama. Obama chip mark. Image made of Obama. The fallen angels. They all equal 666. Obama was announced the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize, October 9th, 2009. Right? If you go back 6 years, 66 days, you land on Obama's birthday. So remember Obama's movie, Leave the World Behind, had the connection to Friends. Remember the little girl was trying to finish the last episode of Friends? And long story short, remember we had Matthew Perry from Friends. He said he had a man crush on Obama. There they are together. He died before that movie came out. And Leave the World Behind, 192, Obama 192, Bing 192, like Chandler Bing. And what are the other 192s? Oh, Jennifer Aniston was born 192 days from Obama's birthday. Great Tribulation 192. The movie ends in the Commodus bunker. Commodus died in the year 192. Remember, there were rumors that Obama was dating Jennifer Aniston. Anyway, Chandler Bing had a fictional birthday in the show, April 8th, 1968. So Matthew Perry died 666 months after Chandler Bing's fictional birthday. And he died on Julia Roberts' birthday, right? And he used to date Julia Roberts, and who was the star of Leave the World Behind? Julia Roberts, right? So that's a lot to be a coincidence. We talked about Terminator earlier. Remember Obama's joke? Just this week, Michelle Bachmann actually predicted that I would bring about the biblical end of days. Now, that's a legacy. That's big. I mean, Lincoln, Washington, they didn't do that. So Michelle Bachmann equals 666. Biblical end of days equals 666. And the whole quote that I just read equals 6606. And he made that joke April 25th, 2015. If you add 66 weeks and 6 days, you land on Obama's birthday. That's all one incident right there. Shout out to 777 is 666. He said, while Obama was living in his 666th month of life, that's when Trump was inaugurated. So, yeah, Trump was inaugurated when Obama was 665 months and 16 days old. So, yes, someone who was 665 months and 16 days old is in their 666th month of life. Definitely worth mentioning. Biblical image of the beast, Barack Obama, 666. It was on Donald Trump's 66th birthday that Obama signed the beam of the One World Trade Center with the WWW, which is basically 666 in Hebrew. The W is the Vav, right? We remember, we rebuild, we come back stronger. That was on Trump's 66th birthday. Election Revelation, 666 reasons not to vote for Barack Obama. And let's see. What am I pointing out here? Oh, if you add 666 weeks and 2 days to that date, you would land on Obama's birthday. Obama 44 equals 666. We talked about this with Obama Chef. So you know how Obama's dad was from Kenya, right? I think is that what it is? Is Obama's dad from Kenya? Yes, Obama's father, Barack Obama Sr., was born in Kenya. Okay. So anyways, Kenya gained internal self-government on June 1st, 1963. And that just happened to be 666 days after Obama was born. How about that? Big connection with Obama and Kenya. Look at that. Kenya gained self-government on 666 days after Obama was born. And then there's another connection to Kenya. I might have it later on. I think there's another 666 connection. The Baphomet statue was unveiled in Detroit, July 25th, 2015. That was 6 years, 6 months, 6 days after Obama became president. The Baphomet statue. Talked about this earlier. If you take the day where Obama was elected, you add 6 years, 66 months, 666 weeks, and 6666 days. Or sorry, if you take the day the Church of Satan was founded, take the day that the Church of Satan was founded, add 6 years, 66 months, 666 weeks, and 6666 days, you land on the day that Obama was elected. All right. And shout out to Rapture, then Great Tribulation for that find. Not that important, that one. The day he was elected, November 4, 2008, type that in, you get 666. Obama's daughters are Malia and Natasha, spelled backwards. Alam Asatan. Now remove Allah from the sentence. A-L-A-H. I am Satan. So even with the Allah part, I mean, you got Asatan right there, right? Malia, Natasha, right? Satan. And he said to them, I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven. Strong's 1300, Barak, lightning. Strong's 1116, Bama, a high place. So Barack Obama, lightning from a high place, kind of like Luke 10:18. One of my favorites here, when Obama announced he was running for president, February 10th, 2007, he was 45 years, 6 months, 6 days old when he announced he was running for president. 4566, right? Strong's 4566 is Satan. So between that and the Luke 10:18, I mean, and the Church of Satan connection. Remember the History Channel's The Bible series where Satan looked a lot like Obama, right? I have more on this later. The serpent in the garden with the little extra finger here. More on that later. See the horns? They do that with Trump too, for the record. Newsweek, The Second Coming. This is his movie, Leave the World Behind. You have it says 76 on the coffee cup here. For the record, Barack Obama equals 76. A Promised Land, 76. They got to take exit 76 in the movie, but see how the 6 stands out more than a 7? And then you have the hands pointing at a 6 there. And then over here you have the digital clock where it's blocked off except for the 6. So a little hidden 666 there. And then this is the part where the Teslas go crazy. See how I got the 116 big and then the 550 big? If you do 116 plus 550, it equals 666. Could be a coincidence, but this is actually the last video I posted back on November 14th. Obama Campaign Center, one of them. These posters from far away. It looks like a 666. That's what the poster looks like up close. But if you look at it far away, doesn't that look like 666? Obama's slogan, yes, we can. If you listen to it backwards, you hear thank you, Satan. Alicia Keys saying Obama's on fire. There he is with Usain Bolt doing the lightning pose. And then remember Jamie Foxx made the comment about our Lord and Savior, Barack Obama. There's Big Mike with the little devil horns there. Obama saying I love you like Erica Kirk, right? Just kidding. We know what that means. More horns here. Okay, so I forget the channel I got this from, but I gave them a shout out in the video I did way back when. Now, it might be hard for you to see, but above his head, right, this is what's supposed to be above his head here. It's just highlighted in red. It might be hard to see, but you have a 6, a 6, and a 6. Can you see it? I'll change the angle. No, it wasn't Kleck. It was somebody else. So, anyways, it might be hard to see, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. 6, 6, 6 there. And what are the odds? He's like in the garden, you know, serpent in the garden. Now this part here, he says, another has suggested the head of a cobra. I think he's referring to Kleck there. But you could also see, because what he's pointing out is the Baphomet horns. See the horns? But also, it could be the head of a cobra. Right? And then all he did here, he added like an eye, I believe. So that looks like a serpent. And then here he added like an eye. Looks like a serpent. And then also here on the chair, looks like a serpent. But anyways. What is this? Barack Hussein Obama. Add these 163. 163 times 666 is 108,558. And then if you split it, 108 plus 558 equals 666. That's interesting. I didn't come up with that. I forget who did. Obama visited Japan May 27th, 2016. And then he also visited on March 24th, 2018. So 666 days apart. Obama's logo, the rising sun, Japan, known as the land of the rising sun, which is another connection to Akhenaten, right? The whole sun worship thing. This is from Mac on Facebook. The first bomb hit, he's talking about Japan, on the 218th day of the year. The second bomb, the 221st day of the year. And then Japan declared surrender the 227th day of the year. Add those together, it equals 666. And it says, yeah, the bomb was dropped on August 6, 1945 in Hiroshima. So yeah, there's a time difference. So we're using Japan time here for the record. But anyways, I thought that was interesting. Tau Mega Therion translates to the Great Beast. Tau Mega Therion Barack Obama equals 666. Diablo Barack Obama equals 666. Another thing from Newsweek, the first GAY president. Obama like a god. Oh, so remember, this is the other thing about Kenya. Remember I pointed out how Kenya became self-governing 666 days after Obama was born? And it says here, Obama's last day in Kenya as president was July 26th, 2015. That was 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days after he became president, to go with the other connection. And it's 726, big number with Obama. Of course, Antichrist equals 726. Here, let me pull up a 726 list real quick. 726 Obama. Antichrist, Fallen Angel Obama, The King of Babylon, President Obama, Yes We Can, Affordable Care Act, they're all 726. And here's what I was just talking about with Kenya. So I guess I put it back in here. Kenya became self-governing June 1st, 1963, 666 days after Obama was born. Oh, look at that. There's 726. Remember Little Nas X and the Satan Shoes, the Luke 10:18 Satan Shoes? Well, the Satan Shoes came out March 29th, 2021. That was 7 months and 26 days from Obama's birthday. Like Satan Shoes is 726, like Birtherism, Revelation, Antichrist, Fallen Angel Obama, The King of Babylon, President Obama, Yes We Can, Affordable Care Act. They're all 726. This is from Robert Fink. The beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit, Barack Hussein Obama, equals 666. That's a good one. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Barack Hussein Obama, equals 666. Another great one. If you take Isaiah 14:14, by the way, Obama equals 14. And if you add Obama, I, Obama, will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. That equals 666. Remember Obama's Christmas tree, which had the 666 ornament on it? Yeah. Santa Claus equals 666. The Santa hat, Santa's Gotta Go, anagram of Satan. By the way, Obama born 222 days from Christmas Day, that 222. Obama gave his acceptance speech August 28th, 2008, with the recreated altar of Zeus behind him, the Pergamon altar. Revelation 2, and to the angel of the church in Pergamon write the words of him who has the sharp two-edged sword. I know where you dwell, where Satan's throne is. So that's interesting. So back to the acceptance speech. Remember, it was at the Denver Broncos Stadium. Revelation 6:2, and I saw him behold a white horse, and he sat on him, had a bow, and a crown was given unto him, and he went forth conquering and to conquer. There's your white horse. Obama's speech called The American Promise, the 192, like Leave the World Behind, Great Tribulation, Obama. Movie Leave the World Behind ends in the Commodus bunker, who died in the year 192. Look at this. Of all the places, right? The Denver Broncos Stadium. Look, guys. Denver Broncos is a perfect match to the Antichrist in 3 out of the 4 base ciphers. And they have the white horse, right? Denver Broncos 64, the Antichrist 64, Barack Hussein Obama 64, Broncos 32-103, Obama 32-103, Denver 68-32, Barack Obama 68-32, Denver 32-31, Obama 32-31. Obama's swat away divorce rumors on podcast. Obama's equals 666. Obama visited the birthplace of Jesus in Bethlehem on March 22nd, 2013, 322. If you go forward 666 weeks, you land on Christmas Day. Interesting. And again, Obama born 222 days from Christmas Day. Dragon, another name for Satan, Dragon 32-103-31, like Obama. 32-103-31. Isn't that interesting? See, iPet Goat 2, there's Obama with the dragon, the lightning bolt. Barack means lightning. iPet Goat 2, 666. Obama's ring has the serpent. Nahas means snake or serpent. Nahas, Barack Obama, 666. The Eden snake, 666. Obama equals snake. Look at that. Obama equals snake and dragon. I mean, that's on top of all the other 666 connections. By the way, this is only list number 1. I have a whole second list of Obama 666 connections. But yeah, dragon equals Obama, and Obama equals snake. This is on top of all the 666, the Luke 10:18, yes we can, and everything else. The Antichrist prophecy, Barack Hussein Obama II, 666. The Revelation prophecy, Barack Hussein Obama II, 666. Remember, the Baphomet statue was unveiled 6 years, 6 months, 6 days after he became president. Barack Obama Goat, 666. Baphomet Goat Man, Barack Obama. The beast name, Barack H. Obama. The name of Satan, Barack H. Obama. Number of a man, Barack Obama. Prince of Satan, Barack Obama. Barack Obama is the beast decoded. They all equal 666. Remember the debate with his birth certificate? It was called birtherism. See how birtherism is a perfect match to Antichrist in 3 out of the 4 ciphers? I think we covered this earlier. Angel of the Bottomless Pit, Barack Hussein Obama. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads, Barack Obama, equals 666. All right, so there's part 1. Before I move to part 2, let me check the comments. Hey, John. Much love. Come on. I ran out of room. I had to put more stuff in the comments. United States Senator from Illinois, Barack Obama, equals 666. Obama's book, Dreams from My Father, equals 666. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy, Akhenaten Obama, 666. Then remember, Akhenaten Obama equals 666. They look identical. Obama's logo, the rising sun, the sun worship, Akhenaten, the 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty, like Luke 10:18. Number of the beast, Barry Soetoro, Barack Obama is, and that equals 666. These are just like honorable mention. The image of the beast is Barack Hussein Obama. The name of the dragon, Barack Hussein Obama II. The biblical dragon is Barack Hussein Obama. The Antichrist prophecy, Barack Hussein Obama II. They all equal 666. A lot of these came from Robert Fink on Facebook. Akhenaten is Barack Hussein Obama / Barry Soetoro equals 666. Remember when Obama was president, they lit up the White House like a rainbow? Rising Sun, 49, like Antichrist and Revelation. Sorry, the screen's bouncing around like that. Sometimes it does that. Yeah, Gene, I covered that. Yep, Obama's birthday, they wanted people to chip in either $6, $60, or $600. Adds up to 666. Obama suggests digital fingerprints to counter misinformation. See how they highlight digital fingerprints? That equals 666. Shout out to Joachim Bartol on Facebook. All right, let's go to part 2. More Obama 666 connections. So you have a connection with Obama and Superman. Remember when they were on stage and this girl, or this creature, said, "Who runs the world?" And Michelle Obama pointed down, like Satan. Remember when lightning struck outside the White House on Obama's birthday, killing a couple from Wisconsin? Remember Wisconsin 44, like lightning, like fallen angel 44, Obama number 44. And in the latter time of their kingdom, when the transgressors are come to the full, a king of fierce countenance and understanding, dark sentences shall stand up. Barack Hussein Obama, 666. The prince of the power of the air, Barack H. Obama, 666. The false Jewish Messiah, Barack Hussein Obama, 666. By the way, the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, 222, like the Antichrist, Barack Obama. Remember the Little Nas X video, J Christ, where the guy looks like Obama in the video, where he's wearing the Luke 10:18 Satan shoes, which sold 666 pairs, $1,018 a pair, like Luke 10:18. See how Satan shoes equals Antichrist? When the video came out, Little Nas X had 19.2 million subs, 192 like Obama. Little Nas X 44, like lightning, like fallen angel, Obama number 44. We talked about Leave the World Behind, Brittany Griner with the 10/18 birthday, found guilty and sentenced on Obama's birthday. Biden gave Griner the standing ovation at 10:18 p.m. Remember, Griner missed 474 days of basketball, right? Like Akhenaten 474, which is the 10th row of the 18th dynasty, like Griner's birthday. See how Barack Obama, Beast Obama, Akhenaten, the Phoenix, Fallen Angel, they're all 474. Griner missed 474 days. Ukraine 474. The big Brittany Griner interview, May 1st, which equals 666. That was 2 years, 2 months, 2 weeks after being arrested. And then Griner returned to basketball 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 days before Obama's birthday. There's Griner with Obama multiple times. Remember the back to Obama's movie, Leave the World Behind. The little girl is trying to finish the last episode of Friends, which is called The Last One, which equals Power Outage, the movie about a power outage. And the last episode of Friends happens to be season 10, episode 18, like Luke 10:18. And the director of the movie, Sam Esmail, from his birthday to Obama's birthday, separated by 10 months, 18 days. The production company, Esmail Corps equals 666. Another connection to Friends, Ross Geller's birthday is 10/18. Fun fact. Yeah, Hope on the posters, Hope 44. Thank you, Gene. Remember this one? Former Navy SEAL Rep. Eli Crane fires off message for ex-President Obama. Probably best to sit this one out. And that was in the news 222 days from Eli Crane's birthday. And it was also 2 years, 222 days from the anniversary of him assuming office, which was on his birthday. See how he was born January 3rd? He assumed office January 3rd. This is in the news August 13th. So 222 days from his birthday, 222 days from the anniversary of him assuming office, right? And he criticized him over the Affordable Care Act, right? Well, this was in the news August 13th, right? It was 222 days before the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. How crazy is that? Back to Little Nas X and Obama. Surprise, I can't believe I'm finally announcing this. My little bundle of joy Montero was due September 17th, 2021. OMG, I'm trying not to cry. Thank you for the early baby shower gift, Barack Obama. So he's thanking Obama for the baby shower gift. And he said Montero was coming out September 17th, 2021. That was 44 days from Obama's birthday. Obama number 44, also 322 days from Obama's birthday. And Lil Nas X, yeah, basically September 17th, 2021, that's when it came out, the album. Here's the big point, guys. The album, September 17th, 2021, Montero, which is the music video where he's giving Satan a lap dance. This is the guy with the Luke 10:18 Satan shoes that have 10:18 written on them. Remember, the guy in the video of J. Christ looked like Obama, right? Identical. The Montero album came out 10 months, 18 days from Obama's birthday. 10:18. How about that? This is the same guy with the video where Obama's represented in the video. He's thanking Obama for the gift. The Luke 10:18 Satan shoes. It's all connected. Satan shoes equals Antichrist. Remember in the video, he's playing basketball against Satan wearing the number 55 jersey. Satan 55, Fallen Angel 55, Lightning 55. Montero equals Lightning. Montero 35, Satan 35, Baphomet 35. Montero Hill 846, like Tribulation, the Days of Noah, the Fallen Angels. Born on 4/9, like Antichrist in Revelation. We talked about this. Also, the actor, or no, the, what was it? What am I pointing out here? What's September 28th, 1980? Oh, this guy. So the guy who represents Obama, it's played by actor Reggie Brown. Okay, Reggie Brown, the guy who plays Obama, was born 222 months before Lil Nas X was born. 222. Just in case you thought that was a coincidence. And there's more I could say there, but I got to start wrapping this up soon. We talked about that already. We talked about Terminator. Talked about that. So back to Leave the World Behind. One of my favorite decodes here, so undeniable. Remember the bridge collapse, which we connected to Obama's movie because it got hit by that cargo ship. And remember there was a cargo ship in Obama's movie, White Lion? Right? Anyways, the connection is the cargo ship in Obama's movie lost power. Well, the ship allegedly hit the bridge because it lost power. So that bridge collapse was on March 26, 2024. The bridge collapsed at 1:28. All right, try to count all the 128s here. So the bridge collapse was at 1:28. See that? Okay, it was the Francis Scott Key Bridge, right? So the bridge collapsed 128 days before Francis Scott Key's birthday. So that already is like, what the heck, right? So it collapsed at 1:28. All right, it hit the bridge at 1:28. 128 days from Francis Scott Key's birthday. Well, bridge collapse equals 128. It happened in Maryland, which equals 128. The name of the ship in Obama's movie was White Lion, which equals 128. That movie came out on Netflix on December 8th, which is 12/8, 128. The movie is about the power grid going down. Power grid equals 128. And the bridge also collapsed 128 days after Joe Biden's birthday. But wait, there's more. President Barack Obama equals 128. The Antichrist, Barack Hussein Obama, 128. Fun fact, Obama and Michelle Obama, Barack and Big Mike, born 128 weeks apart. Obama accepted the Nobel Peace Prize 128 days from his birthday. The Luke 10:18 Satan shoes came out 128 days from Obama's birthday. And then in the movie, the cargo ship White Lion, which equals 128, it loses power and comes ashore with 128 minutes left in the movie. And then 128 minutes into the movie, it shows a bridge collapse. So that's a lot. What else? Some of these I'm skipping. Revelation 13:18, Barack Hussein Obama II, 222, another one. Remember when Obama was touring the pyramids and he saw that picture on the wall? He said, wow, that looks like me. Look at those ears. Remember that? Another Akhenaten connection. See how Akhenaten was the 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty? Pharaoh Akhenaten is in Barack Hussein Obama, 666. The 666 mention of Jesus in the KJV is the false prophet Bar Jesus. Chicago Obama equals 666. More connections to Superman. Barack Obama comic, 666. Super Obama, 666. Call L, Barack Hussein Obama II, 666. By the way, I think I forgot to mention it earlier. We were talking about the guy behind Skynet and Terminator, the actor who plays him with the 10/18 birthday. I think I forgot to mention he was wearing an Obama t-shirt when he met Obama. The beast with 7 heads and 10 horns from John's prophecy, Barack Obama, 666. Luke 10:18 verse of Barack Hussein Obama, 666. Yeah, some of this stuff I'm skipping for the sake of time, but you can find this stuff on my Facebook. Okay, let me check the comments here. And then we'll move on to, well, we'll do the 222 list. Or no, you know what? We'll go right to the Trump 666, and then we'll finish up with some 222 stuff, and then we'll wrap it up. So we're about to hit the 3-hour mark. I'd say we're going to be on here about another hour. It's all good. All right, I think we're going to move on to Trump. All right, so for everyone who thinks Trump's the Antichrist, you should enjoy this next part. Okay, hold on.
Very unfair. We achieved more in 6 months than almost any administration could accomplish in 8 years, and we're going to have a lot of good 6 months left. We're going to have a 6 and another 6 and another 6, and we'll keep going.
You think that's a coincidence? We're going to have a 6 and another 6 and another 6. I mean, come on. How obvious could you be? All right. You guys let me know. Give me a 1 in the chat if you learned at least one thing new so far tonight. Let me know. Give me a 1 in the chat if you learned at least one thing tonight that you've never seen before. Just give me some feedback. We just reached the 3-hour mark. I see some 1s. Thank you, Fender. Well, I still think he's the Antichrist. But hey, you never know. I've been wrong before. So all I can do is show you all the 666 connections with Trump and Obama. And, you know, like I always say, figuring out who the Antichrist is not the most important thing. Just make sure you have a relationship with Jesus and you're born again and ready to go. That's the most important thing I can tell you. But the whole reason I've been doing this for 6 years now is, has it been? Let's see, I started in March. It has been. I started my YouTube channel in March of 2020. This is not my first channel. I lost count. It's like number 11 or 12, something like that. So yeah, if I started when COVID was declared a pandemic, oh my gosh. Wow, that's how God works. Guys, I didn't plan on typing that in. I just put that in roughly. Guys, look at that. It's 2222 days after COVID was declared a pandemic. Wow. Thank you, God. Wow. I was just putting in a random day because that's around the time I started my YouTube channel. Was because I was warning people, you know, in late 2019. I had my awakening in August of 2019. And I started warning people because I was seeing the number 222 everywhere. And that's the whole reason I started my channel, because after I was seeing the number 222 everywhere, COVID was declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11, and you had the first U.S. case 222 days from Trump's birthday, and they called it Wuhan coronavirus 222. And then in, like I said, 2022, you had Obama test positive 222 days from his birthday. But as you guys know, 222 is like the biggest number I talk about. And yeah, I just wanted to type in a random date in March of 2020. I said, well, hey, March 11th, 2020. I know I started my channel somewhere around there. And look at that. Of all the numbers, 2222. But yeah, for the record, that is over 6 years ago. So, wow. Well, that's cool. That's what you call organic synchronicity. Yeah, Strong's 2222 Life. Yep, that's my channel name. Fun fact, if you're wondering why the 4 2s, I didn't plan on making over 10 channels. My original channel name was JosephAcquaviva2222. And then when I made my second channel, I added another 2, kind of like channel number 2. And I kind of thought that would be it, right? And then I thought, oh, maybe I'll just keep adding 2s, but I just stuck with the 4 2s. I was also born on the 22nd, baptized on the 22nd, and other reasons. But anyways, let's continue on. That's pretty cool. Yep, that's my real name, Joseph Acquaviva. Acquaviva means water of life. And I did have a dream, fun fact, when I was 10 years old. I was living with my grandpa. And in the dream, Jesus baptized me in a river. When he brought me up out of the water, he said, prepare them. Never forgot it. So anyways, nobody special at all. But I do believe I am helping some people wake up. And, you know, I got to be at least a handful of people in the last 6 years that I've helped wake up. So far from perfect. I'll never be perfect. Only Jesus was. But I'm doing the best I can. And we'll see what happens going forward. I don't know. This could be my last video forever, maybe for a while, or maybe I'll be back in a couple days. I don't know. As you guys know, I haven't made a video in almost 5 months, and just something told me to go live. And that's why we're here. So I don't know what's going to happen with me in this channel, but we're going to finish this video, hopefully. God willing, we're going to get through this. And we'll take it one day at a time. And we'll see what happens. All right. Here we go. Trump announced re-election November 15th, 2022. That was 666 days after his last full day in office. Mr. MAGA, right? The highest degree of the Church of Satan. Now, let me take a sip of water. Okay, so the same day that Trump announced re-election, 666 days after his last full day in office, that was 103 days after Obama's birthday and 103 weeks before the election. Why does that matter? Obama equals 103. And if you think that's a coincidence, Obama was with Eminem in Michigan 103 days after Eminem released the song Antichrist. Okay? Well, why does that matter? Because Obama and Eminem equal 103 in the same cipher, like dragon. When you write out 666, it equals 103. So what are the odds that Obama, 103, was with Eminem, 103, in Michigan 103 days after Eminem released the song Antichrist? Hello. And the first part of the song says the devil came to Michigan. They were together in Michigan. Pretty crazy, huh? Fifth degree of the Church of Satan, MAGA, highest degree of the Church of Satan.
I've solved 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now, and I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one I've solved.
Did you hear that? You hear how Trump did the 666 again? When Trump met with Putin, I believe that's what this is. Trump and Putin met August 15th, 2025 in Alaska. That was 6 years, 6 weeks, and 6 days after their last meeting. So the 2 times that Trump and Putin met, they were 6 years, 6 weeks, and 6 days apart.
I did that. I made deals with the devil in order to get that done because we had to improve our military. Our military was depleted. It was in bad.
So there, Trump said he made deals with the devil. I talked about most of this. Here's one thing I haven't talked about yet. Trump said, "I am the chosen one" on August 21st, 2019. And then he announced on October 8th, 2025, he announced that Israel and Hamas have agreed to implement the first phase of a peace deal. So that was 6 years, 6 weeks, and 6 days after he said, "I am the chosen one." Talked about this earlier. Trump met with Trudeau February 13th, 2017, and that was 66 weeks and 6 days after Trudeau was sworn in. What is this here? Time magazine named Barack Obama its Person of the Year December 19th, 2012. That was 66 years, 6 months, and 6 days after Trump was born. We talked about this earlier. I talked about most of this. One thing I didn't mention yet, I don't think I did. We talked about November 5th, 1955, with Back to the Future and Biff. But anyways, November 5th, 2024, Trump won the election 222 days before his birthday. Remember Trump 222? The first U.S. case of COVID was 222 days from his birthday. He announced the Stargate Project 222 days from his birthday. Donald John Trump Sr., 222, Trump Organization 222. The list goes on. Senate confirms RFK Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary 666 days after he announced his campaign for president. Kennedy equals 666. GOP primary delegates total, Donald Trump 666. I didn't make it up. MSNBC. The connection between the number 666 and a tower is through the building formerly located at 666 Fifth Avenue in New York City, which was purchased by the Kushner Companies, the family real estate firm of Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. When Trump was allegedly shot in Butler, that was 666 days after Kimberly Cheadle assumed office, the director of the Secret Service, which they tried to blame it on her. She dropped the ball, allegedly. Anyways, Trump was allegedly shot 666 days after she assumed office. A lot of connections between Trump and Small Mustache Man. Bad man with a mustache, you know who I'm talking about? Anyways, Trump became president 6 weeks and 0 days after Bad Man with the mustache was born. Fun fact. I did a long video on Rosie O'Donnell and this whole thing. You can go check that out. It's in the live section. Too much to go over. They're giving Melania Trump the Patriot of the Year award when she is 666 months, 11 days old. Let's see, what is this? Damien Thorne from The Omen, born June 6, 1971. Trump became president 16666 days after he was born. Damien Thorne, DT, like Donald Trump. Damien Thorne equals Antichrist. The Omen equals Baphomet and Satan. Damien Thorne equals Donald J. Trump. All very interesting. So Trump announced on True Social that Diamond had died. Remember Diamond and Silk, these two ladies? So Diamond, her death was announced by Trump on January 9th, 2023. Just happened to be 666 days before the election. And her name was Diamond Hardaway, 666. Diamond and Silk equals 666. That's a lot to be a coincidence. Elizabeth Christ Trump. Trump's grandmother, Elizabeth Christ Trump, died on 6/6/66. Wow, got Christ in the name. Look what Elizabeth Trump equals. Right? Spelled two different ways, but that's how they have it on the tombstone with the Z. Elizabeth Trump equals 666. Died in New York, which equals 666. Let's see. I'm not even going to mention that. Some of these are, whatever. The trees on the Trump Tower. You got 6 on each side, right? 3 sides. What else do I have here? The Devil's Advocate was filmed at Trump Tower. The year 666 BC was a year of the pre-Julian Roman calendar in the Roman Empire. It was known as year 88. So there's a connection between 88 and 666. Of course, Trump equals 88. See how Beast is also 88? Beast is also, I'll show you. Beast is 88 and 47 like Trump. Trump. Beast. So isn't it interesting, these connections, like Obama equals dragon, Obama equals snake, and Trump equals beast. It can't all be a coincidence, right? See how beast is 47 and Trump is 47 and Trump is number 47, and then we went over all the 88s, right? Dr. Savage put out a video on this. Some people say they don't hear it. I definitely hear it. When Trump said this particular enemy is God, you'll have to go check out his video. Remember, Trump was doing the Bibles. Oh, remember the snake poem? You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. Calls himself the father of the vaccine. MAGA, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. So in Hebrew, Donald Trump equals 424, like Messiah Ben David is 424. And from the Trump alleged shooting to the Kirk alleged shooting, 424 days. And then remember, Trump touched the wall, the Western Wall, at 424. Interesting. Shout out to Sir Escanor on X or Twitter. And Hebrew Gematria, Donald John Trump. You get these three numbers, 483, 123, and 60. You add them up, it equals 666. Donald J. Trump with no vowels equals 666. This here is from Garo Jurassic Liars. This is one of my favorite 666 connections to Trump. This one is so crazy. So when he first became president, Trump, he was 70, right? And then when he became president for the second time, he was 78, right? So when he first became president, he was 70. The second time he became president, he was 78. So if you add 70 through 78, it equals 666. How about that? Now, by the way, like I said a few times tonight, I don't know if this is going to be my last video or if I'm ever going to come back. And I know Jurassic Liars, Garo, he's been wanting to do a show with me. He wants me to bring him on and talk about his prediction for June 11th in Seattle. And I can't promise that I'm going to do that because, number one, I don't know if I'm ever doing another video. And if this is my last video, I'd like it to be, like this. But let me go ahead and get it out of the way. I definitely recommend, here, I'll even bring up his channel here. I definitely recommend everybody go subscribe to, and where am I at? 3 hours, 17 minutes. That way I can let him know, or I gave him a shout out. He might even be watching if he's still up. But as most of you know, Jurassic Liars has a big prediction for June 11th. Something to happen in Washington. And he's telling people to get out of Washington State on June 11th. All right, so I'm doing my due diligence here and spreading the word. He makes a lot of good connections with Elvis and Trump and the 666 and Seattle on June 11th. Also, date 8/4 he's looking at for Trump's head wound on Obama's birthday. So, makes a lot of great points. That's all I can say. So, if you want to go check him out, here's his channel, Jurassic Liars, Elvis Seattle 611 and Trump 84. Go subscribe. Let him know I sent you. He also just did an interview, I think it was yesterday or the day before, with Zach Hubbard, Gematria Fake News. So they went on for like 4 hours. You can check that out. But yeah, I don't know if I'll ever do a show with Garo between now and June 11th or ever. But here's my me doing my part. All right. So go check him out, and let's continue on. But anyways, this is his find here. He's also the one who found Barack Hussein Obama. If you add up the 4 base ciphers, it equals 666. Now, stick around, because I found, over the last 5 months, I found a very big connection to Trump, Elvis, and the number 666 that Garo never had all these years. And I forget how I even found it now. I'll talk about it when I get to it, but I actually think it's like one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle with the whole Elvis-Trump connection. But anyways, let me get back on track. When Trump first became president, he was 70. When he became president for the second time, he was 78. Add 70 through 78, it equals 666. Hey, Todd, good to see you. Yeah, I mentioned that one. Donald Trump shares true social photo proclaiming him as second only to Jesus. Trump reshares a video that portrays him as God's gift to earth. Trump shares claim he is heaven sent and suggests Obama kicked Jesus out of U.S. Donald Trump suggests he was literally anointed by God. Yes, the God Bless the USA Bible that Donald Trump has endorsed and is selling includes printed copies of the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Trump's turkey pardoning turns political, but waddle and gobble are spared. Shout out to Tim Dune on Facebook. He found this. So the turkeys that Trump pardoned, waddle and gobble, just happens to equal 666. We talked about this earlier. Genesis mission, 666, and all those connections. Covered all this. Revelation 3:11, behold, I come quickly, hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown. Corona means crown. Declared a pandemic, 3:11. Exactly 666 days after the Cladex pandemic simulation. Time Magazine, Trump with the crown, King Me. Trump with the crown. Remember when Kennedy referred to Trump as a man on a white horse? And remember, Kennedy was sworn in 666 days after he announced he was running for president. Kennedy equals 666. Idolatry with Trump off the charts, right? 12-foot statue of Trump. I am Batman from Trump. Batman equals 666. Abraham Accords, crown, Superman, Trump. Donald Trump has stated on multiple occasions that he doesn't think he is heaven-bound. So like I showed you earlier with Obama and the horn, see Trump with the horns here. The would-be king, Trump with the crown. Butler, fight, 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 FFF, 666. Here it is. Okay, so this is what I discovered in the last few months. And so as you guys know, Jurassic Liars Garo, he always makes the connection between Trump and Elvis, right? Pretty good connection. Well, this whole time, he never had this one. And all credit to God, but I did find this while sitting on my couch one night. I forget why I started looking into this, but I said to myself, let me see how many days were between when Trump became president and when he gave Elvis the Presidential Medal of Freedom. So if you don't know, President Donald Trump awarded Elvis Presley the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That was November 16th, 2018. Okay? Take a guess. How many days are between when Trump became president and when Trump gave Elvis the Medal of Freedom? 666 days, including the end date. Can you believe that? And this whole time, Garo, Jurassic Liars, was making the connection between Elvis and Trump. He never had that this whole time. But now he does. So, and Garo made this photo, as you know, with Trump and Elvis side by side, and Trump shared this photo before. And remember, he was recently at Graceland and all that stuff, so go check him out. But yeah, isn't that crazy? From the time Trump became president to when he gave Elvis the Medal of Freedom, just happened to be 666 days. Pretty crazy.
Brutal. It was brutal. Very
All right, let's go to part 2. See if there's anything. More 666 Trump. We're almost done, y'all. We're getting there. I think a lot of this I've already talked about, so let's just see here. And then some people, like being justified, right? They think it's Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which does equal 666 in the primes, right? So who knows? Donald Trump once saw a child on an escalator and said, "I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." It's pretty gross. If Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. Donald Trump to Howard Stern, "It's okay to call my daughter a piece of ass." And then, he's good buddies with Elon, Mr. Baphomet costume. I mean, if that doesn't wake you up, I don't know what will. Okay, so remember Butler? Trump allegedly shot 666 days after Kimberly Cheadle assumed office, director of the Secret Service. So I believe they were using symbolism from Revelation 13:3. Shout out to Widow's son, who I believe is the one who found this connection. So Revelation 13:3 says, "And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast." That whole verse equals 1086. Okay? Well, guess what? Crooks was exactly 1086 weeks and 0 days old when Butler happened. So the verse about the deadly head wound, right? Like Trump got hit in the ear, which is connected to the head. 1086. In simple English, Crooks was 1086 weeks old. Thomas M. Crooks equals 1086. The president, 1086. Gunshot wound, 1086. So pretty crazy. And then when CERN went full power with the Large Hadron Collider, that was 1086 weeks and 0 days after 9/11/01. Credit to King Nico for that find. Anyways, Large Hadron Collider, 1086. Obama's full name, Barack Hussein Obama II, 1086. The B system, 1086. So that's the number we talked about way in the past, before Butler happened. Fight, 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 FFF, right? Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible, right, for the second inauguration. Donald Trump Jr. shared that with the GOAT, like the Baphomet. Here's old Epstein, right? So when Epstein allegedly died, he was 66 years, 6 months old, and 21 days. And SCX trafficking equals 666. Like, I believe Diddy's trial started when he was 666 months old. Marla Maples equals 666. Who was married to, or what does it say? Ivana was Donald's first wife. He was her second husband. The two married in 77. Their 15-year union ended in a messy public divorce in 92 when it was revealed that Donald had been having an affair with actress and celebrity Marla Maples, 666. There you go. Trump born in New York, which equals 666. So Obama equals dragon. Obama equals snake. Trump equals beast. And Donald Trump equals 666 when you write it out. And then look at this. Donald J. Trump equals Antichrist in 2 ciphers. Now that's definitely crazy, right? Trump equals beast. Donald Trump equals 666 when you write it out. Donald J. Trump equals Antichrist. Obama equals snake. And Obama equals dragon. Something going on here. So you got dragon. And then Obama. Obama 32, Dragon 32, Obama 103, Dragon 103, Obama 31, Dragon 31. All right. So yeah, that's, between Trump and Obama, I think it's one of those two. Elon Musk is now going by Elana Musk on Twitter. Elana Musk 666. And then remember, I think this is Jimmy Carter's funeral, how they were all buddy-buddy because, they really are buddy-buddy. They work together behind the scenes. Yeah. Satan, the God of Donald Trump and Barack Obama, 666. Another great find by Robert Fink. Nice seeing you too, Betty. Trump had a bottled water called Trump Ice. Get it? Ice? Trump? Hey. Trump Ice equals 666. We're at 299 likes. We need one more like to hit 300. Who's going to be like number 300? So, Trump, very patriotic. I used to, for the record, before I woke up, I used to be very patriotic. I was big Trump supporter, went to like 5 Trump rallies. I got the American flag tattooed on my arm like an idiot. God forgive me. I wish I had no tattoos, but I used to be very patriotic. I used to love Trump. Thank God for waking me up. But did you know patriotic equals 666? Like U.S. of America, Babylon U.S., Star Spangled Banner, they all equal 666. QAnon equals 666 in 2 ciphers. Donald means world ruler. We'll come back to that. All right, I think all we got to talk about now is the 222. And then we will look at the chat, and then we'll wrap this up. All right. So we'll start with Obama. See how hell is also 222? But yeah, the world celebrates the birth of Jesus on December 25th. I don't think that's when he was really born, but interesting that Obama was born 222 days after Christmas Day. Antichrist system, 222. Beast, 222. The Antichrist, Barack Obama, 222. Let me take a sip of water. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. I appreciate it. Obama tested positive for COVID 222 days from his birthday. They called it Wuhan coronavirus, 222, and then all the other stuff I already went over. Declared a national emergency 222 days from Obama's birthday. Declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. And the first U.S. case was 222 days from Trump's birthday. The father of the vaccine, Donald John Trump Sr., 222, Trump 222, Trump Organization 222. Trump moves Obama portrait. That was on day number 222 of the year. The Beast of Revelation 222. Remember Obama's portrait sold at 222 West Hubbard Street. 222. Obama back at the White House to meet with the Kenyan president on the day leaving 222 days left in the year. We talked about this. Eli Crane called out Obama 222 days from his birthday, 222 days from the anniversary of him assuming office, and 222 days from the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act. Biden made changes to Obamacare with Obama behind him at 2:22 p.m. Former Obama campaign worker and wife killed in crash 2 months, 22 days from Obama's birthday. Removal of Francis Scott Key Bridge wreckage rescheduled due to lightning. Barack means lightning. Remember how I connected that to Obama's movie? But that was in the news 2 months and 22 days from Obama's birthday. We talked about this already. The actor who plays Obama in the J. Christ video, born 222 months before Little Nas X. Terminator, Skynet went live. It went online 666 weeks after the Terminator movie came out on Obama's birthday, and the movie came out 2 months, 22 days from Obama's birthday. We talked about Brittany Griner, how the Griner interview was 2 years, 2 months, 2 weeks after being arrested, and Griner returned to basketball 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 days before Obama's birthday. Griner's birthday, 10/18, found guilty and sentenced on Obama's birthday. Biden gave Griner the round of applause at 10:18 p.m. Griner missed 474 days, like Barack Obama, Beast Obama, Akhenaten, the Phoenix. Griner plays for the Phoenix Mercury, or did. Akhenaten, the 10th ruler of the 18th dynasty. Dick Cheney died 222 days from Trump's birthday. Can skip that. ABC News reported that President Obama attended 222 fundraising events between 2011 and 2012. Wow. And on top of that, the Obama campaign raised $222 million for 2011. Are you kidding me? That was one of the last videos I did. Didn't get a lot of views, but I'm glad you're seeing it now. As much as I talked about Obama and the 222 through the years, I never knew this until like the last 6 months. Look at that. Obama attended 222 fundraising events. The Obama campaign raised $222 million for 2011. How crazy. Through the end of 2022, the total construction cost for the Obama Presidential Center had reached $222 million. That's whatever. I don't need to read that. Oh, Obama famously went 2 for 22 on the basketball court. 2 for 22. Some of these are whatever. Season 2 of Squid Game. Man, I don't want to go through the whole Squid Game list here, but go watch my Squid Game videos. Yeah, like go to the live section if you're interested in Squid Game. Go check that out. But yeah, season 2 is where we're introduced to player 222, who winds up winning the whole thing. But Squid Game 2 came out 222 days before Obama's birthday. Player 222 wins. Player 222 is Kim Jun-hee. Perfect match to Squid Game. Player 222 wins the Squid Game. Perfect match. What are the odds? Abaddon, Barack Hussein Obama II, 222. We talked about this earlier. The quarter for 2020, COVID came from a bat, allegedly, designed by Richard Masters, 222. Revelation 13:18, Barack Hussein Obama II, 222. Let's see. Rafael Nadal tests positive. That was in the news December 20th. So that was 201 days from his birthday, of course. And his real name, Rafa Nadal Pereira. Rafael Pereira, 222. Rafael Nadal, 222. Rafa, 222. PCR, 222. Like Wuhan coronavirus. Rafa equals COVID. But yeah, you got the big 222 connection and the big 201 in the same story. The two biggest numbers with COVID besides the 666. Omega Exercise, 222. The Joe Rogan Experience, 222. Remember this? We talked about this earlier. HR 6666. Testing, Reaching, and Contacting Everyone Act. Trace Act. Testing, Reaching, and Contacting Everyone Act. 222. Trace, 222. Introduced by Bobby Rush, 222 on May 1st. May 1st equals 666. Illuminati's birthday. U.S. reports cases of new COVID variant MB181 behind surge in China, the day leaving 222 days left in the year. 181, Barack Obama 181. And then, let's see, hold on. It's been so long. Barack Hussein Obama II, 181. And then Barack Obama is also 181. All right, so Obama's full name 181, Barack Obama 181, like NB181, with the 222 days left in the year, like the Antichrist, Barack Obama, and Wuhan coronavirus. Southwest CEO tests positive for COVID after testifying unmasked. Testifying unmasked, 222. Southwest Airlines, 222. On 222, the U.S. hit 500,000 COVID deaths, which equals 222. This is right at the start of COVID. Cafe 222, in this article about San Diego Mayor Kevin Falconer waiving the need for permits for outdoor dining. Kevin Falconer, 222. Barack Obama takes on a new role fighting disinformation, 222. First Lady Jill Biden tested positive 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 days before Biden's birthday. We talked about Madonna with the Corona typewriter, just like Tom Hanks with his Corona typewriter and the 201 points. But Madam X, where the Corona typewriter was on, that was released 222 days before the first U.S. case of COVID was announced. Talked about that earlier. Back to the Future. They go back to November 5th, 1955, 222 days from Trump's birthday. Biff represents Trump. Gray Sports Almanac, 222, like Trump. First John 2:22. Who is a liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? He is Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. 222. Armageddon, 222. Obama's return to the White House for the unveiling of their portraits, September 7th, 2022, one day before the Queen died. Remember, they moved the Queen's body at 2:22, like British royal family. We talked about that earlier. And then Keir Starmer's mentor, Obama. And Keir Starmer became the prime minister 222 weeks after being named the Labour Party leader. And then remember, the Queen died. Where's the Queen thing? The Queen died 666 days. Or what was it? He was named 666 days after the Queen died. What was that? July 5th, 2024. July 5th, 2024. And the Queen died 9/8. 2022. See? Keir Starmer was named 666 days after the Queen died. Anyway. You guys know I did so many videos about plane crashes in the 222, like the Azerbaijan Airlines plane, which equals 222, which crashed 222 days after it crashed in Kazakhstan. That was 222 days after the president of Kazakhstan's birthday and 222 days before Obama's birthday. You had that plane collide with the aircraft tug in O'Hare 222, which is in Chicago. And yeah, there's so much I could say. We talked about this. We talked about the Chiefs and the Eagles and Kobe. Oh, this is a crazy one. You guys remember Laken Hope Riley, who died on 2/22 allegedly in Athens, Georgia? Look at this. The House passed the Laken Riley Act on January 22nd, 2025. That was 222 days after Trump's birthday. Let me finish the headline so it makes more sense. House passes Laken Riley Act, sending the first bill to Trump to sign into law. That was 222 days after Trump's birthday. Okay? Laken Hope Riley was killed on 2/22. In Gematria, Laken Hope Riley equals 2/22. She was allegedly killed in Athens, Georgia, which equals 2/22. I mean, that's insane. Killed on 2/22. Laken Hope Riley 2/22. Athens, Georgia 2/22. And that's the big number with Trump 2/22. And the House passes the bill, sending it to Trump 222 days after Trump's birthday. That's crazy. Lightning from a high place, 2/22. Remember when Biden walked out on 2/22/22 at 2:22 p.m. to deliver the first sanctions against Russia? Remember that one? Good to see you too, Pamela. Trump's calm before the storm statement was 222 days before the Cladex simulation. Let's see, do I have anything in the comments here? We're almost done. We just got to go through the 222s with Trump, and then we're done. Yep, we talked about Donnie Darko and set near 88, and the numbers on Donnie's arm add up to 88, and Jacob Benjamin Gyllenhaal equals 88, and the guy who plays Frank the Rabbit was born 88 days from Trump's birthday, and Frank equals Donald, and Rabbit equals Trump. Here, Garo found this today. Obama's Secret Service name, Renegade. Barack Hussein Obama Renegade, 222156, like the Antichrist Barack Obama. So while Obama was president in 2015, we've been making the connections to the Pharaoh, Akhenaten. American Pharaoh won the Triple Crown. And look when American Pharaoh was born. February 2nd, which equals 222 and 156, like the Antichrist Barack Obama. So kind of interesting. While Obama was president, American Pharaoh won the Triple Crown. And then Garo makes connections with Elvis and the Triple Crown winner. I think it was Needles, I think. Okay, Trump 222 connections. And then we're going to be done.
Have been shot. 222 people over a short period of time have been hit. Have been in Chicago. Have been shot. 222 people over a short period of time have been hit. Have been wounded. Not died. But 55 people died over a short period of time.
So Trump, talking about Chicago, Obama connection, he brings up the numbers 222 and 55. Satan equals 55. And then you know about the 222. Trump won the election 222 days from his birthday. Now, just in case you thought all the 222 stuff was a coincidence, hold on to your hat. Did you know that Trump's sister died 222 days after her birthday? Sure did. What if I told you Ivana Trump died 222 days from her birthday, and Ivana equals 222? Wow. So Trump's sister and Ivana Trump, they both died 222 days from their birthdays. I mean, what is going on here? How about this? Remember the 222-page lawsuit? Remember that? Where Trump took the stand 222 days before his birthday in the 222-page lawsuit. Trump went back to Butler 2 months and 22 days after the Erie event. We talked about this a bunch of times. First U.S. case of COVID, 222 days from Trump's birthday. Declared a pandemic 222 months after 9/11. Declared a national emergency 222 days from Obama's birthday. Then Obama tested positive 222 days from his birthday. We talked about this. We talked about that. Covered that one. Covered that. Talked about Squid Game. There's a lot more to Squid Game. If you're interested, you got to go watch my live stream on that. All right, most of this we've already covered. Let me just see if there's anything else. Oh, Cody found this one. Trump's plane forced to make emergency landing in Montana. That was August 9th, 2024, a leap year. Day number 222 of the year. Interesting. Because you guys, if you've been here, you know I did all those videos on planes and the number 222. Right? So that's interesting. Here you go. Elon Musk restores Donald Trump's Twitter account 222 days before Elon's birthday. How about this one? Donald Trump tweets at 2:22 a.m. claiming his election observers were banned from the polls after his own lawyers admitted to federal judge that watchers were allowed in. Are we still on? Let me know. My TV just went off. I think I've been live so long, my Xbox turned off. Are we still live? Let me know. Still here? Y'all can hear me and see the screen? Yeah, I've been live so long, my Xbox, which I use on my TV for YouTube, turned off. I thought I lost you. All right, 1 second. Okay, so I was saying Donald Trump tweets at 2:22 a.m. claiming his election observers were banned from the polls after his own lawyers admitted to federal judge that watchers were allowed in. So there's another 222. Remember when Trump bought the Tesla? That was on March 11th, 2025. Guess what the stock price of Tesla opened at that day? The day that he bought a Tesla, right? The stock price opened at $222 a share. And that was on March 11th, the anniversary of COVID being declared a pandemic, 222 months from 9/11. I don't even know what I was pointing at there. Neuralink. The first Neuralink was or is that what I'm pointing out? I don't know. I'm getting lost. It might be the first Neuralink. Was 7 years, 222 days after Neuralink founded. Let's see. First Neuralink implant. Date. Okay, January 28th. I think that's what I'm showing. January 28th, 2024. 7 years, 222 days after Neuralink was founded. Okay. Not that big of a deal. SEC sues Elon Musk alleging failure to properly disclose Twitter ownership. And that was in the news January 14th, 2020. After the SEC anniversary. I think you lost me for a second. SEC sues Elon Musk. That was 222 days after the SEC anniversary. The longest shutdown in U.S. history is over after President Donald Trump signed a funding bill to reopen the government. The House approved the bill earlier tonight in a 222 to 209 vote. There you go, 222. Oh, I believe it was signed. I think this is the same day. Sorry if I'm wrong. Signed on the Superior General's birthday, November 12th, and Superior General 222. Big Beautiful Bill, BBB 222, like Build Back Better. He was born in 1946. You write that out, equals 222. Remember Samuel L. Jackson was on Jimmy Kimmel reading the poem, Stay the F at Home. Samuel L. Jackson, 222. Stay the F at Home, 201. Snakes on a Plane. Talked about this. Well, that might be about it, guys. Let me check the comments here. What is this? On May 30th, 2024, Alvin Bragg announced that a jury had found Donald J. Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts, 222 days after Bragg's birthday. Yeah, you got to go watch all my work on the indictments and Alvin Bragg and Stormy Daniels. It's a very long list. I'm not going to get into all of it tonight, or this morning now. It's almost 3 in the morning here in Florida. Abraham Alliance 222. Number 47 equals 222. More credit to Robert Fink. That's a good one. Number 47 equals 222. Trump Towers in New York, 222. This time it won't miss. Iranian state TV airs banner featuring image from Trump assassination bid. This time it won't miss. 222. Remember the show Zelensky was on before he became president? Servant of the People, 222.
Chicago.
All right, guys, I believe that's it. You check the comments on the post. Make sure nothing's hiding in the comments. But yeah, that was 4 hours straight of all kinds of information. Let's see. What did we cover tonight? We covered Obama 666 connections, the Obama 222, the Trump 666, the Trump 222, Revelation 9/11, Trump 88, COVID 666. We spent over an hour on that. And then Charlie Kirk, we spent a lot of time on. So, wow. What a show. And sorry if I got anything wrong. You know, I'm unfortunately a bit of an OCD perfectionist, which is part of why I stepped away for such a long time, because I was being very hard on myself. And I still am, unfortunately. I hate making mistakes. So, sorry if I said anything that was inaccurate. Never my intention to mislead anyone. All right, let's start closing some tabs here. And then we'll turn this thing around and we'll hang out for a few minutes. Again, check out Jurassic Liars. Make sure you check him out. And all his predictions for June 11th in Washington State. All right, guys. And if anybody wants to support the channel, here's how you can do so. Any support, very much appreciated. And thank you so much to everyone who does support and has supported over the last 6 years. You guys are amazing, and I really appreciate it. So thank you so much, and let's turn this around. All right, y'all, good to see ya. Let me check in with the chat. Much love, Todd, Apache Ghost, Older Bones, Georgie. Who else is in here? Fender, Escobar, Todd, Duty. Robert, is that you with the yellow picture from the world? I think that's you based on your comments. But yeah, what'd you guys think? We covered a lot of stuff. I think it's if this is the last video I ever do, you never know. I think I can be proud. All credit to God. But I think this video right here, just 4 hours of straight information, pretty hard to deny all that. Some people will, though. I don't know how you deny stuff like COVID was declared a pandemic 666 days after pandemic simulation, but hey, some people just can't accept the truth even with simple addition. But anyways, I'll stay on just a couple more minutes. I'm pretty tired. It's 2:58 here in Florida. Got to get to bed soon. But yeah, I did not plan on going live today at all. I just felt the urge. So here we are. I still don't know what I'm doing. Some of you might be wondering, well, where is Joseph for 5 months? Did he get a job or what? No, I haven't. But I've been getting by, and the way my schedule works out with, I have to get the kids from the bus stop because my daughter has autism, so someone has to be there to get her, which means it's either me or my wife. She has a job during the day that she really enjoys, and so I have to, if I'm going to get a job, unless we're going to pay an arm and a leg for daycare, I'm going to have to get some type of overnight job, which I'm not really looking forward to. And there's really not a lot available. I was thinking of getting an overnight job at Waffle House, but then I watched a Waffle House training video as like a cook, and it's so bizarre. I couldn't even go watch a Waffle House training video. You'll see what I'm talking about. They got to take like a jelly packet and put it upside down on a certain part of the plate means something, and then you take a mayonnaise packet and you put it over here and that means something. Like, they don't write down tickets and give you like a little ticket to read off. You have to like remember the order and then put like packets on the plate to remind yourself. I'm like, I'm not doing that. That's just ridiculous. So I don't know what I'm doing. I've been doing this for 6 years as an income. So, and never been monetized the whole time. It's all been you guys helping me get by. So I don't know what I'm doing. I'll be honest, that did factor into me going live tonight because I'm right at the edge of am I going to come back to YouTube and continue doing this for a living, or am I going to go get some overnight job that I really don't want, but maybe that's better. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It might be another 5 months before you see me again, or who knows? It's always one day at a time. I might just stick to the community posts, but for now, I just felt like going on. So I'll be making a decision soon. I'll either be getting an overnight job or I'll be coming back to YouTube and trying to do this one more time. As you guys know, I've been up and down throughout the years, like throwing the towel, and then Charlie Kirk thing happened, and I came back, and then I got worn out again. And anyways, I'm here for now. I don't know for how long. But like I said, if this is the last video, it's all in God's hands. I think I put out a lot of good information. Hopefully it'll help somebody. But anyways, we'll see what happens. Make sure you check the community post. If you're somebody that was like, hey, where did you go? I post to the community at least, not every single day, but I really don't go more than 2 or 3 days without posting. So on the community. So make sure you follow that, and Facebook. Pretty much whatever I post on Facebook, I also post on YouTube. So I'm glad to see you again. It's been a while. since I've seen your videos, but I'm glad our Lord and Savior is keeping you and your family safe and secure. Much love and respect. Thank you for Dia. I appreciate it. So that is you, Robert, a.k.a. Blaze. Yeah, make sure you guys check him out on Facebook, Robert Fink on Facebook. He puts out some great stuff. Hey, Mike. Much love. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to wrap it up. I don't know what else to say right now. 4 hours, that's a lot, especially not going live in almost 5 months. I'm ready to wrap it up, but hopefully some people will catch us on the replay. And do me a favor, share it with somebody. Share it on your Facebook, Twitter, email it, whatever you can. And I definitely enjoyed hanging out with you guys tonight. And who knows, maybe I'll see you again soon. Maybe not. Maybe it'll just be community posts, and maybe it's time to just go get that job I've been putting off. But we'll see what happens, one day at a time. All right, guys. Hopefully you learned something tonight. And it was good to be back. So I love y'all. How do I end these videos? Do me a favor, hit the like and the share. Very much appreciated. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Very much appreciated. Do me a favor, leave a comment under the video. Helps the algorithm, so they say. I don't know if it really does, but yeah, leave a comment after the fact. It would help. And go check out the shorts. Go check out my regular videos. And if you're new to the channel, check out what I got. So anyways, that's it. That's what I got. Much love, everyone. Hit the like and the share. And how do I end this? I hit that little button there. Okay. As always, keep looking up. We are living in the biblical end of days. Jesus is coming very soon. I can't wait. And I'll see you guys on the next video, if there is another video. So I'll see you either way, either in video form or in the community section. No matter what, I'll always post. If I'll never delete my my YouTube. The only thing is if they delete me, then I'll be gone. I might make another one. I do have a backup channel. Should be in the description in the comments. Anyways. Maybe I'll see you again. Maybe I won't. Check the community posts. Love y'all. Keep looking up. Jesus is coming soon. God bless.